There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Otter Talk for our Draft League. With me for our guests tonight, we have Mollywops,
Hello.
Dira,
Hello, hello.
and Flash. Tonight's featured match of the week are the Spuds versus the Frogs. Tonight is very special. Both of these teams have started off the season 6-0 in terms of series, and both teams have almost gone entirely flawless in games, with the Frogs only dropping a single game the week they had a sub. With us, we do have Molly Wops tonight, who is on one of these teams. Molly, would you like to say what team you're on and what you're thinking about going into tonight?
I'm on the Frogs. I'm thinking about going 7-0, I guess. I don't know. Like I'll just play whatever I just tell Coach Pizza. I say, pick me whatever, and if I run it down, I run it down. If I don't, then well, you're welcome.
You know, I respect it. I do respect it. I especially like these teams though because they sort of have a very different play style, right? Whenever I watch the Frogs play, I see a lot of methodical play. Your game time is a bit longer. You guys tend to play maybe not like super scaling, but you tend to play more for the mid to late game transition. You don't play. You like proactivity, but you're not necessarily trying to run people over most of the time. Whereas the Spuds, their big game plan, they want to get ahead early. They want to keep the ball rolling. They like rotating, playing death ball comps. So I am interested into seeing how this plays out. In previous weeks, we've had very stoppable force meets movable object type matchups where teams just kind of fumble over each other. This one, I think, is much more of an unstoppable force meets immovable object. I think both teams are going to sort of be clashing a lot on the map, and I'm hoping to be impressed with what I see. That being said, we're going to now move into our match predictions for the week. So it looks like things were a little bit lined up not quite right this week, but that's fine. We do have a couple people on their matches tonight. It looks like I think Flashes are the only ones mostly out of order. But we'll take it with a grain. The first one was Colonels versus Wolves. So I see we have 2 Colonels, 2 Wolves. So, Flash, you're with me on Colonels. Why do you think they're going to win?
So I think that the Colonels are going to win. I have faith in their team. I don't know. I like their mid laner. I like their bot lane. I think that they are better than the Wolves. And that that's why I think that they'll win. I think that the top lane and jungle and both teams are kind of even with each other. So I think it'll just kind of be a bot side diff, and that's why they'll win.
I can see that everyone has chosen astronauts tonight. I don't think that's much of a surprise to anyone. A pretty low matchup. But I will say, Dira, the lone... I think the lone... the lone Shrooms pick on this matchup. That's interesting to me.
Yeah. So it was the shrooms versus gorillas.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in the upset. I think that gorillas have shown to be a pretty solid team. However, I believe in the shrooms. I really like the team, the energy they provide. Just seeing them like talking like gen chat and banter, and I feel like they're gonna pull up the upset. I think they're gonna show why you can't underestimate them.
Nice. And I'll go to Molly real quick because this is our last one. It is the Frogs versus Spuds. I'm not surprised that you're picking yourself. You obviously want to root. Was there any prep you did? Anything that maybe isn't super leaky that you can tell us on stream without revealing too much?
I mean, there's been some prep into it, but ultimately, I think we are going into this game with more or less the same mindset that we've been going in for the last 6 weeks. Just play our game. Try not to throw leads or throw the early game. Coordinate with each other and close out the game. Spuds are a good team, and I think the match could go either way. I just personally believe our team is a little more coordinated together.
All right. Well, I appreciate the confidence, and I'm rooting. I hope you guys do well tonight. I hope both teams do well. I hope we do get a 3-game series. I hope it's interesting. Let's move on to our team rankings and see how you all think the entire division is playing out. Seems like a lot of I am the lone Spuds on top. It seems like everyone else is liking the Frogs here. I will say I think for me at least, the reason why I have Spuds on top is they tend to play comps that are a bit easier to pull off, that have a little bit more wiggle room if things go wrong. But I mean, you all have the frogs up top, and I see astronauts and gorillas have been steadily moving up the ranks, with Flash having gorillas all the way up at third.
I think they've got a good. I think honestly, all 5 of their players are good players. I know everyone like memes on them because they have Lizzo as a player, but I think he's actually a good player. And I think with Crab playing top, and I think I think Rexcat's also a good jungler. I think they're the 3rd best team. I think they could be every team below them.
I don't know if I'd 100% agree, but I do think they're a lot better than people give them credit for. Sort of the same thing with Wolves. I think that the Wolves have proven themselves a bit fraudulent because of their early season start, and have sort of fallen off as they played to harder teams. But I will note, Dira and Molly, you actually have the same tier list, the exact same. Is there any picks or teams that you think maybe people need to watch out for, or things on the rise, things that you've seen that make them a bit different or make teams stand out to you?
So I do want to say first that me and Molly do have one pick different, and that's the Eagles versus Pickles.
Oh, you're correct.
But yeah, I mean, my thoughts are just, I think that when, as just a person, I've always valued really good macro play and just really consistent play. It's why one of my favorite teams has just always been like Gen G, because I just love how like smart they are about the game, and I feel like that's just like frogs in a nutshell in this league, is they're just winning through not only having like really good players, but also just having like really good map play and just being a really like solid, consistent team. I think that Astros, you can never really count them out, because I mean, it is Astros. They are like a 2-time champ for a reason. And I think probably like my most controversial pick will probably be both Wolves and Gorillas being that low. I just feel like Gorillas are gonna have some sort of internal issue and then fall apart in like playoffs or something like that. And I also just believe in my friend Ice, so that's where I have my rankings.
I respect it. Molly, do you have anything to add before we move on?
Not so much. But I'll say this much though. I think Defoe has always been fairly good at picking teams that tend to work very well together, and he's always been like this sort of magician that can always just magically pull wins out of thin air, and before you know it, he's always been like the underdog team when there's teams that are looking much better on paper. He always tends to hand them losses. Whereas, I think the 4th to 6th teams, the Colonels to Gorillas, I think those 3 teams could be in any order. It all depends on which team really shows up to play that night.
I would tend to agree. But for right now, we are going to move on to our Sapphire rankings. I know not the expertise of a lot of people, but these are interesting. Match prediction seems like everyone has the Valkyries. The Valkyries do have not the easiest matchup, but the Valkyries have proven themselves as a very strong team. And I think versus the Raiders, a lot of people feel that way. Same with the Wizards having a matchup against the Dragons. These are very bottom tier teams. I would say the same thing with Gamblers and Cheesers, but Dira, apparently you think that the Cheesers actually have a chance tonight. Would you like to explain yourself why you think the bottom team is going to be one of the teams that has constantly outperformed expectations that were already high?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it for weeks. I believe in the Cheesers upset. I feel like even though they are currently 0-6, they're just gonna pull out a random win against like a top team. And I just believe in like my friends like Memer and all the people from Cheesers and like Bear and everything, that they're just gonna pull out like this random glow up, and they're just going to like win a 2-1 against Gamblers, and then that's about it probably. But I believe in them for the upset, and that's why I put them as winning tonight.
Well, I am not a gambling man, unfortunately, but I will say this. If you do manage to get it right, I will have you back on next week so that you can gloat and yell in all of our faces that you told us so.
Sounds good.
And last thing I'd like to note is, Slash, you are also one of the Ronin enjoyers. I think Typhoons have been a very popular team. I think this is definitely the closest matchup of the week. Would you like to say why you think Ronins have the edge over Typhoons, especially after the recent trades?
Well, they're the only team that's beaten us, so I have to give them some respect for that. But I think the Typhoon's strengths lie in their mid and jungle, and I think the Ronin's strength also lie in their mid and jungle. But I think that the Ronin's mid and jungle is just better than the Typhoons. I mean, I think that Valka Fenrika can neutralize Icy Rain. I think Icy Rain's also one of their better players. And I think they can go even in lane. And then I don't think bot lane really matters. No offense to Dira, but I don't think bot lane really matters in this matchup.
I do want to butt in and just say it's not Valka playing tonight, it's Unkindness.
Even better, actually. I think
Yeah.
Unkindness is a better player than Valka Fenrika. So, you know, that even further makes me feel more confident in my Ronin's pick.
Alrighty, well, let's move on to our our team rankings for Sapphire and see if there's any interesting plays. I know seems like gamblers have on top for a lot. Dira, you do not have them on top anymore. Is it the recent weeks? Have you seen the gamblers downfall in your mind's eye?
I don't necessarily think it's gonna be necessarily a downfall. I just think that like Wizards is just a really solid, consistent team, and I also think that like Typhoons have been on a come up, and I think they have just like really solid players with Ixie and Chief bot lane. I know they did beat the Gamblers from what I understand, it was like a really close game, and it was very neck and neck. And so I think that depending on the day, it honestly could have gone either way. And I gotta support my goat Chelsea.
I respect it. I respect it. And lastly, the biggest thing I think that I think is kind of insane. Flash, you have the Typhoons all the way down at 6th place under Kittens, Ronin, Valkyries, under a lot of teams. Would you like to explain why you have them so low?
Yeah, because, well, I mean, it's not that they're bad. I really do just think every team above them is better. I think us and the Wizards are the two best teams, and I think Dira, if he wasn't biased, would also put us in second. And I think the Valkyries are third. And then after that, I really do think 4 through 6 is pretty close. I have bias towards the Kittens because Cyclic used to be a gambler, so I rate his team higher. And then I think that, I mean, as I explained earlier, I think the Ronin are better than Typhoons. So it's not that I think they're bad necessarily. I just think that they're not as good as the teams above them. But I
Well,
think
we'll
there is
see
a big gap between them and the Dragons.
I would tend to agree. I think those bottom 4 slots tend to be a bit lower, especially for Sapphire. I think Sapphire is a very top-heavy division, and I think trying to play it out, I think a lot of teams are going to be sort of planning for Gauntlet at this point. Do any of you have anything else to add or say before we step out for the night? Anyone has any crazy hot takes, any crazy predictions to put out there?
Yeah, I also followed Deer with the cheeses went.
Oh, that's crazy.
I've
Jumping on the
converted another
bandwagon.
one.
We're not gonna
I
lose to
was-
the
I was
Cheezers.
I was tempted. I'm sorry.
Flash, are you scared now? Have
No,
people
I'm
been
not.
telling you-
We're not gonna lose.
I'm
to
ready.
The
I'm ready. I'm
Cheezers.
ready for the bear to gap with Asol top against CB Batman. It's gonna be crazy.
I mean, our
You did-
weakest point as a team is me. I'll just admit it. I'm our worst player, but their worst player is also their mid laner, so it doesn't matter.
Do you think their mid laner is better than you though? That's the real
No,
question.
no, I don't. I don't think I'm as bad as people say I am, but I know I'm the worst player on my team.
Well, hopefully, hopefully you can at least prove them wrong. You know, when you inevitably lose to Cheezers, you
Of
can say
course.
that you were not the reason you lost.
Yeah, we're not gonna lose, but yeah.
All right. Well, I've been Sarah. Joining me has been Mollywops, Dira, and Flash. Thank you all for watching, and stick around. We'll have our featured match coming up in just 20 minutes. The Frogs versus the Spuds, these top seeds battling it out to see who maintains their first seed, possibly all the way to playoffs. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you later.
restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League. As always, I am Noctisera. Spectating us is Wookie Monster, and for the first time ever on the Blue Otter Draft League, we have Dino with us, filling in for Manatsu. So please give a warm welcome to him and say thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm excited to watch some Draft League action. I've been very I've seen a lot of the highlights and some of the spectacular goings-ons in just the general announcements and whatnot, and so I'm very excited to get to be on this side of the games, being able to watch them firsthand, catch some of this action. Frogs and Spuds, to my understanding, these are the two top teams in the league. What kind of game can we expect between two teams of this caliber going into this match?
Yeah, so it is the Ruby division. So this is our lower division, not quite upper division top two teams, but they still definitely could give a number of those Sapphire teams a run for their money. In the past, we've had some of those bottom-ranking teams, we've called it movable force meets unstoppable object, which is kind of funny. But this is a much more unstoppable force meets immovable object type thing. The Spuds, they like to play these proactive comps. They like to deathball. They like to get ahead and really play for that mid-game and early-game transition. Meanwhile, the Frogs, they like to play a bit more passively, but they still have that early game. They still have the potential, which I think is what makes both of these teams a lot stronger, right? They don't have just one aspect that they can only do and then everything else falls to the wayside. So that's something that I think is very popular. And for any of you who looked at the draft diff I put out today, we can see a lot of these bans coming through are from the shared pools of both teams, actually. A couple of unique bans, the Spuds obviously banning out that way that we've seen so much of, and of course banning out the Skarner. Don't want to see General Shepard playing any of that, although General Shepard has not played it yet this season, is probably looking for an opportunity for it, though.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that I did want to highlight as well. These are all picks that you had mentioned in your article for the draft diff. Seeing a lot of these junglers and these support, more stable types of champions coming out, kind of already starting to force both the Frogs and the Spuds onto some picks that they're maybe not as practiced on, maybe not quite as used to playing. As we're seeing first B1 hover coming in from the Frogs, considering the ADC pool here, Caitlyn, Jinx, Ashe, but right now the late hover on the Corki. That is definitely one of those picks that we were highlighting for.
Show them all, yeah.
Yeah, for We'll Show Them All.
I was about to say, I was a little confused though, because I'm looking at it. Do we have the right thing? Is it Frogs on blue side?
Yes, we are clarifying that this is Frogs on blue side. Yes.
Okay, so this will be a first. This will be a first for Versia. We'll Show Them All has picked this up, but has not seen anything. So this is now a contested pick. This is the first one, and the Jin locked in, also a first for We'll Show Them All. These are two new champs that we haven't seen yet in any of these weeks by both of these bot lane players. We did see We'll Show Them All on the Corki. However, Versia has not picked this up yet, has not tried it out. So already starting with these very early game focused picks in the bot lane, the Corki, and then answered back with the Jhin.
And I do like the Jhin Jarvan pairing coming out here, because these are two champions that do have a lot of agency and a lot of ability to create a lot of these picks. Jhin being able to follow up from a long range away with his W to help lock down more of that CC, while also having his ultimate to continue that picks, while Jarvan can stay a full screen away, continue to press forward on that engage, continue to lock down some of these champions. One weakness of Jarvan as a champion is that he's very telegraphed in what he wants to do, and with that dash, it is stoppable. So right now, it is going to be Frogs hovering, locking in that Poppy as an answer to it. We'll see where that ends up going, if that goes to support top or jungle. It is a three-way flex. Curious to see where it ends up going. But right now, I am slightly favoring the Frogs composition overall, but this is 2 picks in, so there's a lot of drafting to be played. I'm curious to see what Spuds do to draft around this Poppy pick. That could potentially stop a lot of forward movement that they could be looking for.
Yeah, and this has sort of been the go-to pick for General Shepard. I was about to say potential flex, but no, it's just going to be Pizza locking in that Leona that we've seen a lot from his most played champ this season. And I'm not surprised at all. General Shepard really does like this Poppy pick, sort of his go-to counter for these engaged jugglers. And we'll see if Spuds decide to double or triple down, sort of a BLG style. I remember watching that live and thinking, oh man, surely they don't lock 3 more engaged champs into the double tank and Galio, and
I see nothing wrong with drafting triple dashing frontline engage into Poppy. This is a
into
perfect
Galio
idea.
Poppy. That
Yeah.
is, yeah. But we
There's
are
no
going
way
to see
this
the
goes wrong.
Singed from Tobex, the classic.
Mhm.
This is something that is sort of a Tobex exclusive pick. Not a lot of Singed players, and that's for good reason. For those of you who don't know, who've never seen the stat, Singed is one of the champions that has the least conversion to other champion play rate on accounts. What that means is that the more you play Singed, on average, the more someone plays Singed, the worse they will do at other champs. Singed
Yeah.
is so unique in how he plays that he literally warps the game. You are not playing League of Legends, you are playing League of Singed.
And that is like I do very much agree with that. Like he plays so differently from other champions that you need to be used to specifically playing against Singed. But what it offers Spuds in this game is an ability to disrupt the team fight. So frogs aren't going to be able to just like stack against the Jarvan as much. They do have to find a way to answer against this Singed that's running around, leaving his poison trail. And it's a very difficult champion to deal with if you're not used to it. And right now, Spuds are taking away some of those options that can just like tell him to buzz off and get the heck away so that we can do some of this like front to back team fighting thing. They are getting rid of the Gragas and the Mordekaiser. Meanwhile, Frogs on the other side getting rid of that Talia already, considering what their 5th ban will be. Definitely looking for something that can potentially help them deal with that Singed a little bit more. But I'm curious to see what they end up taking away from Spuds here, as support's still open, mid lane's still open. We'll settle on the Seraphine ban ultimately. And what kind of pick would we like to see here on R4 on the side of Spuds here to pair with what they've already selected?
Yeah, so this is interesting. So something Molly was pointing out, and something that I was talking to Coach Pizza about, is KMZ has not blind picked support yet this season. In all of the drafts, this will be the first KMZ blind pick, which means that Coach Pizza is going to get his pick of the litter as counter pick, and is just going to respond back with that Nautilus. I was wondering maybe we see the Blitzcrank, but not as great of a position. You know, these are not champs that you want to be hooking in, especially knowing that you're going for the Singed already. Giving them opportunities to get closer to your team is not something that you want to do. You want to be the one displacing them moving forward. So the Nautilus is sort of just that classic ditto to the Leona, something we've seen a lot. And giving their mid lane the counter pick, which I really like. Mollywops is one of those players that has a lot of weird pocket picks that they can pull out, has a lot of things that they can just yoink. And another first time, the Kennen for Jody Jr.
Yep, the Kennen is one of those picks that is, to my knowledge, it is historically pretty good into Singed. It is a champion that can kind of deal with the poison trail itself. You know, he doesn't have a dash that gets blocked by the throwing the I forget the name of the ability, but the sludge that grounds you on the ground here. So Kennen does also offer them a lot of team fight utility. Same can be said with the Syndra, having the spheres that you can throw on the ground, and then the Scatter of the Weak. Set up a lot of stuns, sets up a very, very dangerous you can't step here type of zone. So Frogs right there, they do have a lot of ways to deal with locking down the enemy once they do go in. And I very much like the team fight draft that they have selected for themselves. Spuds are guaranteed mid lane counter pick. Looking towards the Swain, but nothing for sure locked in.
Yeah, wouldn't
And
be
as I say
surprised
that-
though. Molly does like his counter picks, likes to just randomly pull out a bunch of stuff, and it is going to be the Swain finally locked in. Whole bunch of new picks this draft. You know, I was talking earlier about, you know, these champion pools that we've seen, and immediately we see 1, 2, 3, 4 new picks for, you know, in terms of players at least. The Jhin, Kennen, and Swain all completely unique. The Corki only unique to the player, right? Verti has not picked that up. We'll show them all has. So I definitely think it's a lot more interesting, and I think this is a lot of what we were talking about, right? The sort of proactive gameplay. Both teams have that proactive potential. They have things that they want to be doing on the map. They can be making these plays. Spuds tend to lean a little bit more towards that early game, a little bit more towards that aggressive mid-game transition. Frogs tend to lean just a little bit more towards the scaling. They tend to want a little bit more of the late game team fights, but both teams have so much that they could do both early and late, right? They're very even team comps that don't only slightly skew in one direction. So it really is down to gameplay. This really is a bunch of skill matchups.
Yep, definitely across the board, lots of skill matchups, a lot of things that some things that are very spicy to see. Singed Kennen, not a very common matchup at all, but Poppy Jarvan, for as leaning as it does for Poppy, it is still fairly common to see. Jin Corki, not that insane, not that crazy. Swain Syndra, pretty solo queue standard matchup we're used to seeing. So I am very excited to see how these two teams hit the rift here. Very excited to see whose hands will prevail, whose macro will prove to be sharper. Very excited to watch the top two teams in the Ruby division clash against each other. This is not a stoppable versus movable. This is the unstoppable force versus the immovable object here of this division. We'll be ready to hop on the rift here shortly. So until we get to that point, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with Blue Otter Draft League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rift here for game number 1, Blue Otter Draft League Ruby Division between the Frogs and the Spuds. The two top teams coming at us with a very even draft overall. We are seeing right out the gates, Spuds coming in with a topside invade here on the red side. Meanwhile, standard 5-point coming out from the Frogs. Nothing too super exciting, but we could very quickly have some action here. Nautilus leading the pack. Singe coming in right away. Will be spotted out by Jody, and they will be looking to just get some vision down. Nothing too crazy yet, as now the lanes will reset. Some eyes being thrown down on the map. So far, nothing super crazy, but definitely looking like some action will be happening sooner rather than later with the aggressive movements already coming out from the Spuds here.
Yeah, and both of these teams obviously have these sort of proactive junglers that like to gank. They have engage in the bot side, lots of early fighting potential with some decent trading in the mid lane. I would expect the top lane's a little bit more relaxed, depending, although we can already see Tobex, sort of
Already
daring
being a bit
Jody
of
to
a-
chase him. A bit of a risk here, not thinking that General Shepherd is going to start topside, has walked in through the mid lane, so actually missed out on that vision. Will be spotted soon once that blue buff is cleared, but could be very dangerous. As you can see now, Tobex walking into that blue side jungle, gonna spot the Poppy and should be careful, right? Obviously can get collapsed upon by Jody, and if you're not careful, you could already be going 0-1.
And it is
first
looking
2
like
minutes
the
of game.
flash over the wall coming out from General Shepherd is going to jump onto Tobex. Meanwhile, flashing back to the bot lane here real quick. Tobex running away for his life. Did have to pop the ghost prematurely as Shepherd is hunting him down in the jungle. We'll see a collapse coming out from Mollywops as well. Tobex is able to just barely get out on the Singed. It does have to take a reset. Will likely be teleporting back into the lane. Overall, does manage to get out with his life and does manage to get the proxy, but we do have Nautilus going in here. Versailles is getting knocked down, chunked very low, down to just about 3rd HP. Meanwhile, Coach Pika taking the rest of the acro is down to just over 150 health. Good trade coming in from KMZ, and we'll show them all, as now they have to shove and complete control over this bot lane.
Yeah, the level up too coming in right at the last second. Definitely possible for We'll Show Them All to possibly auto once or twice more and get that flash 4th shot onto Coach Pizza, so I had to be careful.
Yep,
See
and We'll Show Them All.
KMZ.
KMZ both are looking still. They are trying to find that aggressive angle on the hook, trying to find that aggressive angle potentially with the 4th shot, as they are just going to crash this wave. Potentially looking, but might be a little bit too dangerous if they decide to keep going forward here.
Yeah, and I think if you're the Spuds right now, you're just calling, maybe we dive this, right? Cactus Thief is going for this full clear on Jarvan, which is a little strange, but I can see it, right? Try and get that level 4, and then transition into a potential bot lane dive with these low health bars, being able to do this. And
They do have to be very careful. They do have to be very careful if they do want to go for a potential dive like that, though, because they do have, for the side of the Frogs, they do have Poppy on the other side of the map as well, kind of mirroring that clear.
Yeah.
So if they do try to look for it, it could get scary. Instead, it looks like the call is just to grab the scuttle. Trades happening, nothing too crazy yet, though.
Yeah, and mid lane relatively even, but with the transition gank, right, it might be possible for Cactus Thieves to just go through mid and get that scuttle, but it is going to look like he's going to walk around here. Possibly look for a dive, spotted by General Shepherd, so they know what's happening. They are the wiser. They do not want to try and fight this. Cactus Thief realizing that trying to dive into Poppy Leona at level 4 is probably not the greatest idea.
Yep, it will ultimately not come to any fruition. Still is going to be Cactus Thief walking up towards this second scuttle here, going to attempt to double scuttle his opposite. Would be very strong. Obviously, some pinks coming down there on the map, so they know exactly what's going on here. Shepherd will be first to his reset, though, as We'll Show Them All and KMZ are still keeping this wave shoved in. They know that they're not at risk of being ganked by this Poppy again on reset, so they are just playing very comfortably forward in this lane here.
Yeah, and I think...
Top side. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I think the biggest thing down here for the Spuds right now is just to try and keep this pressure up, because if you can keep poking out Versailles, if you can force them to back, you can sort of push the CS advantage. Because right now, without any extra pressure, Versailles is going to be allowed to farm, going to be allowed to get that CS up without too much of a risk. But, maybe if they're able to freeze it, threaten another Jarvan gank, that can be very threatening when you're this low on the Corki. You do have that dash, but it's slow. It's not the greatest in the world. It's not something like an invisibility or something. So KMZ just gets to keep walking up, keep looking for this pressure, and sort of zone them off now that the wave is into them.
And that is one of those things they are setting up for as well. They are starting to get that freeze in their favor as well. KMZ is sitting aggressively in the bush here, so they do need to be fairly cautious. But right now, if they can keep this wave in this position as Jarvan is coming back down on the map, they could potentially try to get some action going in their favor, pick up that first blood. Skadoosh, in the meantime, is just clearing some of this vision so that they can keep the question of where is Jarvan alive. They do find the hook, though, and they do find the quick little CC pick here on Coach Pizza. Pops W, becomes immortal, and does walk out, but that is desyncing the bot lane here for the side of the Frogs. Corki was able to reset, and General Shepard now on the Poppy coming down. See Pizza get hooked up there. Nautilus going in hard. Does force the flash, not able to land the W. Does manage to go take the E back in. Pizza very, very low here. Ends up taking the fourth shot. First blood going over to the Spuds. Poppy forced to back away. Jarvan coming down as well. Huge pickup there for the side of the Spuds there. And we'll show them all, and KMZ do just that.
Pizza, your jungler has a bomby cinder. What? I do not think that was the angle that thought he was, but now General Shepard in a bit of danger.
Yep, is getting chased down here. Does get rooted up by the Swain, gets sent backwards. Forced to flash. W used up, so that knockup is for free. The Swain ultimate will come out as well. Ups him down. General Shepard falling. Mollywops stuns him up, but unfortunately will not be able to find much else. Quick little pullback. Will just get a little bit of chip here, but this does ultimately pick up another kill, and Cactus Thief, Skadoosh getting very big. These carries already absorbing quite a bit of early gold here on the side of the Spuds.
Yeah, too early on that steadfast presence. Didn't quite block out the Jarvan flag and drag. Something to watch out for, right? I wasn't worried too much, but once you get hit by that never move and you pop that steadfast presence early, you're pretty much dead to rights, right? No flash left. You only have the Hex Flash. It's not realistic to get in there. And now it's Spuds with full control on this dragon early. General Shepard's probably just going to have to look towards these grubs, which should be pretty free, right? The Syndra backing, going to have that TP in. Cannon with full priority should be able to pick up this first round of grubs relatively easily, barring any Swain Eye of the Empire shenanigans.
Yep, and that is one of those things that we have been focusing on. We've been focusing so much on this bottom lane because that's where all of the action's been. Mid lane has been seeing a lot of action as well. But it is the top lane actually for the side of the Frogs that's going pretty well. This Kennen pick into this Singed is going very well for them. He has just about a 25 CS lead for himself. Finally going to collect a few plates, so he is going to be a point of pressure on the map. As right now, it's just about a 500 gold lead in favor of Spuds. Top lane versus bottom lane here, or how that gold is distributed. We do see that first round of grubs going down, so it is going to continue that pressure in the top lane. As now, just kind of looking forward to this next little series of play as we get closer to it. Very excited to see how Frogs can implement some kind of advantage coming out from Jody, but Tobek's not going to have any of it. Does pop the ult, does pop the ghost, eats a Kennen ultimate straight to the face. The slicing Maelstrom cuts through. Tobek's down to about a quarter health. Jody forced to flash away. Tobex is running in. He is not afraid for anything. Flings him backwards into the poison cloud. General Shepard trying his best to pick up some kind of a kill there in response, but Tobex will get away. Another kill picked up for the Spuds. Tobex potentially looking forward again one more time, but is just taunting him a little bit. Is just going to throw down that poison cloud on the wave, as we do see Jody Jr. close to reset. General Shepard continuing to go back in, continuing to apply pressure. Meanwhile, the Leona E forward on the map. That does force the Will Show Them All flash. Nautilus ultimate comes on, knocks them both up. It is going to be KMZ taking quite a bit here. Curtain Call comes through. KMZ does go down, eats all four of the shots. Just barely living, just barely getting that kill. Will Show Them All takes down Versailles. It is a 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. Action everywhere on the map in this game number 1.
Yeah, crazy in that bot lane. Really, really nice depth charge there from the Nautilus, hitting both players, and they were able to pick him up, but a nice curtain call from We'll Show Them All, knowing that he was just safe enough, not even leaving it when they got closer, not worried, getting that 4th shot off, getting the extra damage, and finishing off the kill, now 2-0. And Tobex in the top lane, this is what we love to see, the Singed special. And Jody with a call and a Doran's Blade, getting a bit aggressive, thought, you know, I've been bullying the Singed, and Tobex was just waiting for the moment, waiting for him to get overconfident, waiting for him to just step up a little bit too far, and the second he does, goes for the punish.
Yep, and that was just one of those things where Tobex knew the limits of his champion. You've called him a specialist several times. He knows what he can get away with. He knows the angles he can look for, and he does manage to find that punish. Still down about 25 CS in this lane, so it is still some kind of, like, it's something you have that's, like, in your favor here if you're Jody, but you don't really like how this lane is going now, especially as Tobex. You don't have your flash right now as Jody, so you do have a lot of less team fight impact. Meanwhile, Tobex will have his Ghost back up here pretty soon. Did pop his ult there, as we do see some trading in the mid lane. As now, just pops the cooldown. Not going to see much more action coming out of it yet. Meanwhile, bot lane is seeing a few eyes on it. KMZ will show them all. The Jarvan is here. Wait and see where this wave goes. There's the W down. Currently, not a whole lot of action as we do see the Nautilus ult come through. Meanwhile, Gentle Shepherd jumping in on Cactus Thief. Cactus Thief trying to back away. Nautilus hook forward, goes onto the Leona. That is the double knockup. That is the Leona popping W. Will not be able to do too much. Poppy ult coming out, hitting the Jhin. Jhin W barely misses here as KMZ, Cactus Thief trying to find some kind of angle, trying to find some kind of a way in. Nautilus hook misses. Solar Flare goes wide. Both teams stepping back, both teams resetting as we're now trying to find some purchase onto this next dragon, spawning in about a minute and 40 seconds. Flash is burned on the side of the Jarvan. Nautilus ult will be back up. Lots of action with very little payoff in terms of kills.
Yeah, no skill shots. No skill shots hit, unfortunately. Also, something that I'd love to point out from our lovely production team. I will mention, okay, I was going to say mention it in a bit, but General Shepherd revealed now, so not going to be anything happening there. They fixed the dragon, right? Doesn't want to do it. It's been years since we've had Hextech and Chemtech in the game, and has not done anything, but our lovely production team has given us timers and indications on Hextech and Chemtech drags. Thank you very much, guys.
Blue Water Production continuing to knock it out of the park. I absolutely love working with this team. These guys are all fantastic. As that Nautilus hook as well, also fantastic for Seiya, forced to use the dash to get away. They are going to turn their sights here onto this Leona, forced to Solar Flare, forced to W. The Jhin does not flare down so low. That curtain call comes through, does manage to pick up the kill onto the Corki. KMZ barely able to walk away. Coach Bika barely able to walk away as well. Another flash, another set of cooldowns burned here for the side of the Frogs bot lane as Control grabbed perfectly just in time as the dragon will spawn in 20 seconds here. A lot of cooldowns finally finding another kill. This Jhin is now 3-0. So massive going into this dragon fight.
Yeah, and this is something we talked about a lot, right? It's going for these early fights, looking for these early dragons, but something that we talked about from the Frogs, right, is going for these grubs as we see a fight playing out.
Yep, a fight coming out there. We do see another skirmish, another fall. That is going to be the Poppy getting flung backwards, waiting until the W is out before the Jarvan jumps back in. Cannon Ultimate will find the pickup there onto the Singed. We'll find another one as the Swain both running them both down. Jody able to flash away, but not able to flash away enough. I am Skadoosh picking up a double kill, 3-for-2 trade, pick up a grub as well. The Spuds are winning every side of this map now.
Excellent pull there over the wall with blind vision, just aiming for the cannon. He sees that connect, flashes right over the wall, picks up a it ends up being a 3-for-2, so not the greatest fight, but you do end up picking those two grubs up and even stealing it away when Cactus Thief went in on the initial engage, did manage to hit the smite and take that away, so are able to prevent any Void Might stacking, any grub stacking from the Frogs. In addition, they also have the bonus, right? They have the extra potential from the drag. They got all these extra kills. Both of their main carries are super far ahead, not to mention the Singed at 2-1-0 now with Darksteel stacks. Very, very threatening.
Also threatening with that Nautilus Q there, does manage to hook into Leona. Leona trying best to walk away. The W is popped. The Syndra Q will get thrown down there on top of them. Leona is able to walk away, but they are about to lose a little bit more of this mid lane prio, as that is a second dragon picked up for the side of the Spuds. A fancy 1.5k gold lead to go with it, as they're now setting their sights on this mid lane turret.
Yeah, you know, and this is what we talked about with Spuds, right? Just making sure that they play this early game, putting the pressure on and not letting their foot off the gas. And it's really going to be on the Frogs to sort of slow them down, right? The Spuds are setting the tempo. The Frogs need to match it. They need to count in time with them. They need to be this metronome. They need to find it. They need to find what the beats are. They need to look into it. And once they get the timing, they can start to think, okay, how do we play around this? How do we work with this, right? Because we don't have it anymore, but we have the count. We know what they're doing. How do we use this to our advantage? And what they're going to do is start looking for those void objectives like they have been doing on the top side of this map, right? Looking for the Heralds and Tobex, looking for the possible punish on Vertzia if he steps a bit too far forward, but has flash, has that dash. I don't think has to be too worried right now. Does have to be worried about the steal, though. On this top side, General Shepherd looking for the eye, and Cactus Thief just wants to go for the steal.
Yep, and it is Poppy with the first move. It is the Syndra, rather, able to get up. They will secure that Herald like you were mentioning. It is currently 3 grubs to 3, so they're not going to get the full advantage of having the Herald, you know, like you have 5-6 grubs and you have the full stack of boys that just come out of it and swarm the tower. But still a nice objective for them to pick up, as they could potentially be able to pop down this mid lane tower, as General Shepard will be able to walk away. It does have to burn the ultimate and the W to do it. Does not get hit by the W there, but does get hit by the flag and drag. That Jarvan ultimate will knock them both in. That is going to be Poppy falling down, or pardon me, Poppy picking up the kill rather, as Cactus Thief looks like the overextension. The Solar Flare will go wide, as will show them all, now forced to flash over the wall. That is finally some kind of a kill picked up, finally some kind of an answering some sort of tempo here, as Frogs now able to look towards this mid lane tower. Wave will be cleared away here by the Jhin, as they're going to have to settle for that for now. KMZ will show them all continuing to defend, as both teams kind of just resetting for the moment being.
Yeah, thought that they had that angle, right? Cactus Thief saw, doesn't have the unstoppable presence, isn't the ultimate anymore. I can go in, but the team not close enough to back it up. And putting Poppy into that Cataclysm, you think, you're trapped in here with me, but that's just another wall for her to slam you into. Poppy was not stuck in there with the Jarvan. Jarvan was stuck in there with the Poppy and Leona at once without any backup. KMZ wasn't there. We'll show them all was in the curtain call, but with these two tanky players, it's not going to be doing that much damage, right? The missing health damage and the flat AD doesn't really melt tanks if they're at high health, right? Especially not the Leona with the Eclipse on her with all those increased resistances. So have to be careful not to overextend their hand, right? Play to what you know, play where you know you can win, because the way you lose is by over-engaging on these fights and falling off too early.
And that's the dangerous thing about the composition that the Frogs have drafted here. They have a lot of CC, and they'll have a lot of ways to answer if the Spuds do try to go too far forward. When they have their full health bars, they are a very hard team to kill with their double front lines, and if they're trying to get a pick on those two members, specifically the Poppy and Leona, they need to make sure that they are using their cooldowns effectively to pick up that kill, as Nautilus Q will go forward, will start getting some CC down onto that Coach Pizza, onto that Leona. General Shepard looks to be able to whack away, does eat the Nautilus ultimate to the face. Cactus Thief getting burst down, Cactus Thief getting shot down here by the Corki, as now trying their best to continue this engage, continue this push forward, as KMZ does get shot down a couple times. The stun coming in excellently on Tobex there. Singed barely able to get out of the way of the Solar Flare, goes wide once again, as now this mid-wave tower will shut into them. As the Syndra gets flipped back, but it does not count for anything. General Shepard eating quite a bit from this Swain. Swain trying his best to pick up the kill there. Do see a cheeky recall coming in from Jody at the last second. Does have the slicing maelstrom, not able to find the look. Will be the dash forward coming in, knocking down the Jhin, shut down over the Corki. Tobex will fall, will manage to take Jody with him, as now these teams trading absolute bloodbath, a massive swing in the favor of the Frogs.
Yeah, and you could see going forward, when the Swain flashed in, that was an excellent scatter of the week from Mollywops there, pushing two back, barely making Skadoosh miss those. And you can see Tobex going in, tried to find that flip, tried to find that extra movement speed, but it didn't amount to anything. Jody with a really nice flank there, really nice slicing maelstrom, but Tobex was able to unfortunately grab that kill onto him. They were hoping for a little bit more, but this is what we were talking about, right? The Frogs just need to look for something, and the second the Spuds overextend, they punish, and are now actually in a gold lead that's only going to extend with these extra towers. The drag spawned as well. This is Infernal, so it could be an Infernal Soul if the Spuds want to stack it, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They don't have Prio on this dragon, although a lot of ultimates down, so this fight is going to be very scrappy if they decide to launch it here.
Yeah, was looking potentially for an angle there from Leona. The E did go wide, as now the Frogs are going to take that prize, are going to take the prio that was given to them. They are going to clear out some of this vision and potentially look to find a pick here before they try to do anything with the dragon. Stun coming through, and it depends on which team has the cooldowns here. Looking at those cooldowns, looking at those R buttons, you see that on the side of the Spuds, they have just about everything back up, and same is soon to be true here for the Frogs as well. Now it's up to the Nautilus, it's up to the Jarvan to find some kind of a way back into this fight, find a way into the pit. Potentially continue that stack as Leona goes forward. Cactus Thief caught way too low. Solar Flare hits several on the backside. Knockup coming out from the Poppy. The curtain call over top of them, but they're getting front to back. They're getting gunned down. Tobex forced to run away. That is KMZ on the far left side of your screen, getting knocked down by Mollywops and that Leona. Huge Jarvan ultimate coming in, picking up a kill onto Versea. We'll show them all. Cactus Thief, Tobex, the only three left alive here on the side of the Spuds. They're getting in the middle of a rock and a hard place here as Coach Pizza looks a little bit too forward. E goes wide. Trying to find something on Cactus Thief. General Shepard low, has to run out, just over 100 HP. 3v4, health bars blinking on both sides. The Leona E lands true, gets flipped back into the back line. Cactus Thief barely able to escape. So much blinking health bars here coming out. We'll show them all. Trying to do something with this fourth shot. Mollywops too high of health. The teleport comes in. Blue Steam gets the dragon. As now Jody trying to find something. Will be the sacrificial lamb here. Skadoosh wants to find more. Skadoosh wants to get something else going for their team. The Jin Root comes through onto the Poppy. Does have to back off here. Dragon picked up for the side of the Frogs. It is now a 1,000 gold lead from what used to be a 1.5k gold deficit for the blue team.
Yeah, beautiful play there from the Frogs to start to recover this game and now actually in a gold lead. Evened up those towers, evened up the Grubs, only down one dragon, but up in a gold lead and has officially started to scale. They've started to really come back into this game, and I don't know. Coach Pizza cannot seem to miss these Zenith Blades, hitting barely right on the tip so many times, making sure to land those long-range engages even if the Solar Flare isn't up. And just at the start of that fight that we saw, right, the Solar Flare into two immediately combo. General Shepard used the Keeper's Verdict to knock both up. The Slicing Maelstrom comes out, and they were just so ready to look for that engage. They are so coordinated, and this is what you see from the top teams, right? Just the willingness to fight, the understanding that when someone goes in to know what to look for, that you can watch your team, that you can be there, relying on your teammates to follow up if you're telling them that you're about to go in. And if you're saying, I have an angle here, I can look for this, they're going to be there. They're going to follow up on you. They're going to be able to get that fight if you get the engage. And that's just something that I think Spuds weren't really ready for. They weren't ready for the combo there. They just couldn't move at the start of that fight. The CC came out, it was like 5-6 seconds.
And that's definitely where you see like these big team fight ultimates come through. Something like the Poppy, something like the Leona. If you can layer that CC effectively, that's the benefit of being on a top team. You can trust each other to then continue to follow up, time your spells to maximize that crowd control, and then continue to swing the fight further in your favor. The other thing as well that's going for them is that since they have the Poppy and their Leona, they have these champions that can buy the space for the fight and can buy that time. As when the General Split came on, it didn't do much of anything, as now Tobex is looking to flip over Jody Jr., force that team fight ultimate, force them Slicing Maelstrom out. Kennen now trying to run away, but running away from a Singe is a very difficult task. Jody now chunked in just 100 HP, getting choked down, getting poisoned down. Tobex finally has to back off, but burns several key cooldowns there from the side of the Kennen, rather. Able to get away with his life, but does have to give up potentially this top lane tier 1 if Tobex can continue to push for it. We'll see the catch coming out there. That's just a little bit overzealous there from Cactus Thief walking in that direction. Does get caught out once again by the Zenith Blade, once again by the Solar Flare, and once again it will be Poppy picking up another kill onto the Jarvan. Now 2, and 5 on this Poppy. So tanky and still doing so much damage.
Yeah, and this is the problem with the Jarvan, right? Did provide all that early game potential. It really was very effective. It got the Spuds where they needed to early, but it just falls off so hard, especially with this Eclipse build, right? You don't have that Sunder Sky, you don't have the extra health, you don't have the extra healing on the autos. You just got a little shield when you go in on a lot of AD, but if you're not able to get that burst off, you are so squishy. You die so much if you get caught. If you're just walking through your jungle without any vision, it's not easy to stay alive, right? And you can see, speaking of staying alive, Skadoosh in a bit of danger. This tower, once it goes down, going to be completely vulnerable.
Ooh, poor use of the teleport there from Tobex, trying to come down. The tower is too low. Skadoosh now in a 1v3. He managed to avoid the sidestep, but now down to about a third health. Has to force the flash as well. And now they do lose their bot lane tier 1. Skadoosh manages to get out with his life, but he does have to burn his flash in order to do it. Well played on that tower take there from the side of the Frogs. And jumping back to what you were talking about with the Jarvan, that's kind of the downside of like having your primary engage be this squishy and be on like an Eclipse build. You take so much longer to actually be able to survive once you jump in that, yeah, like you're talking about, when you're not able to find that quick burst and find that quick kill onto someone like the Syndra or like the Corki, it's very hard for you to have that same kind of utility you'd have if you were going for a tankier build or for something like the Sundered Sky.
Yeah. And this is something I was wondering, really, why didn't they keep going forward? And then I realized it wasn't Jody Jr., it was the 2 tanks and the Syndra, and without any anti-heal, yeah, it is hard to take that Swain out, right? You have a lot of burst, but if you don't one-shot him, the Swain can very easily heal back up and turn, even in these 1v3s, just because of the damage that you do, the healing that you have to be careful, right? When going in on that, and being careful, you know. KMZ walking in, getting the vision down. 15 seconds of this drag. Has to be careful. They want to fight it. They want to walk in, but they don't have the vision.
Yep, it's once again the Frogs here doing such a good job of setting up the early prio, the early control over this dragon area, trying to find some kind of a pick here, playing from the fog really well now, just trying to find some kind of a quick kill here, some kind of quick chunk even. They don't necessarily need to pick up any blood onto their hands, but Tobex certainly does. Tobex certainly looking towards Coach Pizza, gets knocked back, gets stunned up. Coach Shepard gets rooted in place here. Tobex getting forced down, does finally get popped by Jody Jr. Will show them off, forced to dash away, forced to run. Curtain call coming over top. 4v5 in the fight right now. Coach Pizza and Mollywob's taking a lot of these shots, trying to body block for Frisea, is finally going to get something. But we'll see that Slicing Maelstrom come through. Is going to be another kill onto KMZ coming through. Is going to be Skadoosh, Will Show Them All, Cactus Thief, all trying to stay alive. A flash burn up from Will Show Them All. Going to be the E going in, landing onto the Jarvan. Jarvan will finally pick up a kill onto Coach Pizza, or the Jin will rather, excuse me. But they will lose the Dragon as they pick up that return kill. Now a 3k gold lead and another Dragon towards a potential Infernal Soul, a potential 4 Dragon Infernal Soul here for the side of the Frogs.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen a lot from Coach Pizza, right? Getting a bit over-aggressive this game has only really been punished for it twice, right? For that, once for the initial early game going in the 1v2, not really counting on that. Now finally getting punished again for going forward with that as a team. Has gone forward quite a bit, but has been able to survive most of the times. Maybe this was sort of the wake-up call that, hey, maybe I should look where my team is before continuing to go forward, because there's really no reason to keep engaging all the way under that tier 2 when your team is, you know, saying, hey, let's pull back, let's do this dragon.
It's so easy. It's so easy with your Leona. You just want to go forward. You just really want to keep hitting those DC buttons. I understand it. I get where he's coming from.
Yeah, and you know what? I respect it, right? If you're hitting everything and you're on a roll, you're like, nah, it's just aim practice at this point. Just got to keep myself sharp, right? But now you can see the almost 3k gold lead coming in for the Frogs. 2 on that Dragons. Want to look towards this Baron now, and they are very threatening, right? You can see Verti is really the only one that's actually down gold at this point, right? With the Jin being about a half item up, being on those full 3 completed items. The Corki only being on 2.5, I say. Had to give some space because of that Solar Flare, but just getting the slow, being able to walk that out. But the Syndra, you know, and the Swain being pretty even. Top lane being, you know, relatively even ahead for Jody Jr. General Shepard now being able to pick up all that extra CS and assists, you know, and going for that support item early, right? Going for the locket means you're just so ahead in priority, in gold value, and in items finished, that it's kind of hard for the Jarvan to really do anything, right? Had to go for a Spirit Visage to just not get one shot by this initial engage.
And we're talking so much about this itemization here. One thing that I do want to highlight as well is the Abyssal Mask coming out from the Poppy. I love this item pickup here coming in with the Kennen and the Syndra. You know, you're understanding the game state so well. You know that your Corki is respectable damage, but not the furthest ahead. Meanwhile, you have a Kennen that's at 3 items, a Syndra that's at 2.5. Those are the 2 members that you want to focus your itemization towards, as KMZ will have to force his Flash to barely stay alive. Great collapse coming in once again. We'll take the Blast Cone over. Not quite able to do the Baron yet, but that's another thing that they have going in their favor, as they do try to potentially pressure towards that worm there.
Yeah, and this Baron really is going to be, I think, that gateway into sort of blowing the gate wide open, right? Because right now the Frogs are ahead. They have that gold advantage, but it's not impossible. We've seen Spuds. The fights have been very close, but I think once that Baron goes down, once this maybe next Dragon goes down, maybe, I think that'll really be the point of no return for either of these teams, right? I think that's going to be where it starts to really matter, and Tobex going in on Molly, but General Shepard and the rest of the team is here.
Molly is down to just about a 3rd health, but is going to be General Shepard getting the stun there, getting the knockup. Tobex now overextending a little bit in that bottom lane. Thought he could get the kill on the Mollywops, but will end up getting killed himself. General Shepard knocking him into so many walls here, CCing him for so long for Frisea to finally pick up a much-needed kill onto this Corki. And it will be the curtain call coming out in the mid lane. Spuds trying to find something in response, but the Frogs once again quick on the response. Jody will be staying alive here as finally gets gunned down from Will Show Them All. The Jin sniper coming out here, finally able to get something.
Ionian sniper right there, crazy with the deadly flourish there. That was beautiful, almost max range from downtown to finish off the kill. That was impressive. I did not see that one coming. I thought Coach BC, you know, body blocking, thought, okay, you know, he's out to safety, he's good now, but nope, there was one more ability you had to worry about, and unfortunately that will do him in. Was a nice little line of defense there, right? So they don't end up getting the tower, but that's still a really nice being able to return those kills onto the top laner, right? Because Tobak's getting caught. You thought, that was going to be really bad. There's a Baron opportunity, but they're all together. They were putting a lot of pressure on that mid lane. Being able to finish off that kill means that Jody Jr. can't just back and TP in and use that Baron prio, right? It means that it's a 4v4, and odds are nice, but not good enough to really force it.
Yep, and you can see the Spuds there continuing to overload this mid lane again, trying to find, trying to prevent the Baron as much as possible, trying to buy themselves as much time as they can. And that's another thing that I want to highlight as well. Will Show Them All in this Jhin has been playing spectacularly this game, was given a gold lead very early on and has done his best to use it as well as he can. And he is calmly 6-1-1, has 3.5 items, working towards a 4th. Curious to see what that pickup is. Meanwhile, Tobex will pick up this top lane tier 1. And the Spuds are still showing signs of life even through this gold deficit here. They're still trying their best to find something, but they understand that they need to wait and buy their time for when this Jhin is able to pop off and get that fight. It will not be around this dragon. It should be another one picked up here for the Frogs here shortly. I'd be very surprised if they try to do anything in response to it, but Tobex does force a TP into that top lane, so it will be a 4v4 here on the dragon side of this map. Cactus Thief getting chunked down, stays alive through the Syndra ultimate. Will Show Them All finally misses a Jhin W, as now KMZ trying to find something. Skadoosh is the first one in the fight here. Tobex coming in right after. Will Show Them All doing so much damage. Slow Flare knocks into the KMZ. Curtain Call coming down over top. General Shepherd a little bit too far forward. General Shepherd does end up falling. Tobex starting the fight. Pizza's down. Cactus Thief keeps going back in. Double kill picked up by the Kennen ultimate there. A beautiful pickup as now Cactus Thief trying to get his way out of it. Will Show Them All picks up another one. Triple kill coming up for the Kennen before he falls. Skadoosh here now, triple kill of his own, focusing down this Coach Pizza. This surely is a quadra kill as Leona buys time, but not his own life. Looking potentially here for Mollywops on the Syndra. 4 kills picked up for the Swain, as now he and the Jhin do turn their sights onto this dragon. Sole point for them. At long last, the Spuds come back to life.
Yeah, and the force might have been slowed down, but it is definitely not stoppable at this point. The Spuds maintaining that fight, seeing something, and Molly over the wall.
And looking for it, does not find
barely.
it, and will go over. Will Show Them All chunked very low to the Storm Surge. Beautiful look there. I love the attempt, but unfortunately for him, it is going to be picked up by the Spuds. Great look, though. I love the fact that he stuck around and tried to find it. Did not want to take it down fighting.
And that was blind, too. I really respect that. Going for it, no vision, and almost getting it, right? 100 HP. That was very, very close, but fortunately not being able to pick that up. Now Spuds on soul point with this Infernal Soul. Going to be very, very strong, especially with the team comp that they already have, especially with the damage that they're putting out. You know, that really, I think, is enough to swing the game, right, with how close these fights have been. But it's going to be the Baron online first. Now, 4 minutes, 15 seconds to the next drag. I imagine that they want to look for this. They want to start positioning. And Jody Jr., without GP on this bot side, they're going to start calling him up. They're going to say, hey, they're looking for this Baron. They want it.
Yep, and that is going to be the flip coming out from the side of the Singe. Tobex just making absolute chaos in that backline. Cactus Thief does jump in onto Leona. Leona getting rooted down. Leona getting shot down. Coach Pizza jumping in. Cactus Thief finally knocked back. The Syndra will fall. The Curtain Call hits true on all 4 shots. They do get the kill onto the Corki. Tobex continues to look forward. General Shepherd forced to flash away before finally taking down the Singed. It is a 3-for-1 trade here. The mid lane is now starting to push in favor of the Spuds. They finally have the damage. They finally have the angle. Do they look for the Baron? Answer, survey, potentially reading yes, but Jody Jr. is waiting on the flank here. Does still has the ultimate. Will miss the hook from KMZ. Does have to back away. Does have to answer that, as now slowly beginning to start this up. Slowly beginning to focus him. You still have the Poppy. It does not have the ultimate. You still have the Kennen. Does have his. KMZ trying to find some space, trying to buy some time. This Baron now down just about to half. KMZ chunked. KMZ down to just about half. Cactus Thief similarly low himself. Finds the hook wide onto General Shepherd, wide onto Poppy. Kennen comes in with a massive ult, but doesn't find anything. Finally finds the Jhin. Shutdown going over. Kennen gets another one. Kennen looking down. Looking huge. Massive stopwatch. Mollywops comes in. Hits a big stun here. Knocks down Skadoosh. Knocks down Cactus Thief. Huge pickup here coming in from the side of the Frogs. Cactus Thief might have spoken a little bit too soon, but Mollywops will clear it out. Massive.
Holy, the Kennen ultimate. The huge slicing maelstrom. And then Molly with the TP. That was so great. I knew they wanted to look for it. I knew they wanted it, right? They go for the Baron, but they had to be so careful of that cannon, and they go in onto the Poppy though, and that is not the target you need to lock down. That is not the threat in the slightest. It is the 4-item cannon, who is now 11, 6, and 6, and it is the Frogs looking for the Baron. It looks so good for the Spuds. It looks like, you know, with the slowdown in that sort of late game transition, they weren't quite able to make it. Looked like they were bringing it back. They had it, and all of a sudden it just falls apart so quickly. The gold lead maintained, now 4,000 gold advantage for the Frogs, and they're looking for this Baron power play. They are looking to make something happen. They're looking to get something. The curtain call comes out though, and Tobax is here.
And speaking of looking for something, it is the curtain call coming through. The fourth shot does finally hit Verzea, but it does not pick up a kill. They have burned multiple flashes there. So now General Shepard and Mollywops Mollywops and Verzea are forced to reset here. As talking about that Baron power play, we're gonna see if Spuds are able to play through it, finally able to pick up this mid lane tier 1. Towers still somehow at 36 minutes, even across the board, 3 and 3. Minute 20 out from this dragon. Surely that has to be the next big fight here. Want to see how the Frogs can leverage the Baron that they still have on all 5 in the meantime.
Yeah, and both teams going into these 6-item Suns, right? 4 items finished, plus components now that they have. All these teams are looking for this late game, right? They're getting this gold, and the advantages have started to even out a little bit, but they still have those sort of half-item advantages, those 1-item advantages going into this dragon that's so big, and KMZ stepping in.
KMZ steps in, does manage to keep his life alive so that he can knock in, get some of that CC down, but we'll see Cactus Thief get grounded on the other side. Coach Pizza does get knocked down. General Shepard maybe a little bit too far forward, maybe a little bit by himself. Cactus Thief jumps into him, jumps onto the Corki. Corki knocked down, Corki knocked low. Corki barely staying alive here. Double kill picked up for the side of the Spuds. They do lose their Jarvan, but they take 2 out with them. Jungle support down on the side of the Frogs.
Yeah, and the cannon still has flash, so I don't think with without your jungler, I don't think you can really force this dragon. I think the smart play is just buy more time for this Baron or look for a pick, because you cannot take this drag without your Jarvan. You don't have the smite. The potential of a cannon ultimate is too huge unless you catch him out right here, and that's what they're looking to do.
Speaking of a catch, that does force the flash out from the
That's
cannon.
big.
So huge. The Slicing Maelstrom now significantly less frightening. It is huge coming out. This one of those things, we keep talking about how Tobax is a specialist on this pick. He knows what to do. He knows how to find value even from low health, even when he is so far behind. And that steal coming out from the Corki does manage to even up the Drake score. Speaking of knowing your champions, Verzea knows that he can hit that rocket over the wall, brings this to Even Dragons, and continues the play for the blue team.
And that was a big one too. That was literally a big one from the Corki, the big rocket, the red one, the end of the magazine. Make sure to get that steal, and I think it was, 136 or something? You could see Wheel show them all holding the 4th shot, waiting for it, but just didn't have the auto on time.
It was so big there. That's the risk of doing any objective without your jungler there in the pit. They're ready to go. It's so hard to secure those objectives. You're trying to save your cooldowns, save your big burst damage, but the longer you save it, the higher of a risk there is for someone to potentially do something to steal it, like the Corki rockets there, like that big damage coming through. Baron will run out though. So now Spuds trying to see if they can continue to hold on as all 5 in the mid lane. We do see the deep flank coming out from the Singe, does come out behind them. Zooming out here on the map, Tobax maybe realizing he's a little bit too far forward, throwing down his trail, trying to find something, does get stunned up by the Syndra. Flash over the wall coming out from the Poppy. Tobax continues to run away, forces the Sword Flare out from nowhere, throws out the emote too for a little bit of spice.
So much time.
He continues to buy so much space, continues to buy so much time, and now he forces the reset here from the Frogs. They once had a pushing lane, but no longer. The Singed is so disruptive in every single stage of this game. Hook misses. Shots continue to come through from the Jhin. Not able to find anything yet. Coach beats it down very, very low. He still has his flash, but does not have Solar Flare. If he wants to find an angle, he would have to find it blind. It will be the curtain call coming through, trying his best to find something through the Fog of War. Not able to do so, as now the Spuds have another pushing wave.
They bought so much time with that Singe. I think we're too many years. I think, the boomers know. They watch the Magikarp use fly. They know rule number 1 of League of Legends. Don't chase Singed. And rule number 2 of League of Legends following up on that, don't chase Singed. You don't do it.
It's
They did not get the memo.
scary. It's especially scary when it is a absolute, in case you haven't gotten the memo yet, someone that knows this champion's limits, someone who knows even when you're down as far as he is in terms of just scoreboard, 3, 6, and 8, not a spectacular scoreline at all. He's done so much to maximize the value that he does have. He's done so much to still do what he can to disrupt this game, to extend it for as long as possible, keep giving Spuds these angles back into this game, even though it is looking at like a knife's edge at this point.
Yeah, and the more we look, right, there is a gold lead for Frogs, but the ability, they lost the Baron, but they got the Baron, but weren't able to capitalize so hugely, right, especially after getting caught on that fight, but they were able to steal that dragon. Now both teams on Soul Point, Baron in 52 seconds. I imagine both teams are probably going to at least look around there, if not to take it, just to make sure that the other team can't, and then transition towards that Soul, right? I don't think either team is really trading Baron for Soul here, although they might. If they feel like they can really end this game with the Baron, they might just say, trade it. Give the dragon, give the soul. We're ending it right here, right now with this Baron buff. We're going to take it. We're going to try and use that to end instead of going for it, right? And that way, you don't have the same fight potential as the Infernal, but for a few short minutes, you still have the advantage. But once that runs out, if you weren't able to end the game, if you do end up making that trade, it's disaster because now you're down to soul. You don't have that Baron. The game's not over. You are now full builds. It is going to make such a difference, that Infernal Soul. Both teams hovering the Baron now. You can see Jody Jr. does have the TP. So does Toback. So they're just going to be in that bot side waiting for an angle.
Yep, both teams are trying to find that angle, like you say. The other thing both teams could be waiting for is waiting for some of these crucial cooldowns to come back up. You see the Kennen finally regaining his flash. Jarvan doesn't quite have his, but we do see that Q coming out there. We do see the Nautilus starting the fight off. Curtain Call coming down over top. Both top laners not able to join the fight. It's so much space bought by the Swain. Swain will finally be forced to use the stopwatch, forced to use the hourglass. Cactus Thief in the backside, buying so much space for the rest of his team. Will show them all on a killing spree, takes down Leona. Skadoosh goes down for Saya, trying to find something in the backline, find some kind of a kill. Will see the Poppy, knocks away the Jhin, potentially looking to get away, potentially trying to save his own life. Cactus Thief ends up picking one up, a double kill going over for the Jarvan. Once struggling so much, has finally come alive now. Jody Jr., the last one left standing on the side of the Frogs. Standing in the Baron Pit proved to be too risky. You trade your Swain for the rest of the map. Tobex now so massive here, trying to find something. Force the flash once again out of the Kennen, continuing to push this wave. We're now 12 seconds away from the dragon. This will be a soul picked up here for the Spuds. Gold lead even. Itemization as even as it's going to get. This dragon finally tipping the scales back in the favor of the Spuds here. There's no way this can be stolen. Not with a flashless cannon. Not with a Corky rocket that doesn't exist anymore. Soul picked up for the Spuds.
Yeah, and I think that fight was what we saw, right? You could see Jody kept backing up, looking for a TP angle if you were looking at that mini-map, but Tobex was just running him down, making sure, the Spud saying, in comms, we win this, and Tobax is making sure, he's like, I don't need a TP. I just need to keep this cannon off of the fight. I need to make sure that they cannot turn it with that ultimate, that they cannot get that slicing Maelstrom off. And as long as they don't, we will win, and that's exactly what happened. Really great play from all the Spuds there going in. A nice Zanyas from Skadoosh right when he was about to fall, keeps them in the fight so much longer than they should have been. And they transfer that Infernal Soul right into a Baron, and the Spuds have every right to end this game. Tobax looking forward now, needs to find something.
Excellent play coming through. Tobex immediately disrupting that backline, immediately jumping all the way forward, forces the Kennen ultimate, does manage to fall, does go down for the cost of it, but we will see several kills picked up. The shot around curves the bullet, manages to pick up that kill onto the Kennen, manages to pick up another one there on General Shepherd. A 1 for 5 ace, triple kill picked up for the Jhin. Massive fight here for Spuds. That's game one going over to the red side.
Yeah, it ended up being a quadra kill in the end. A beautiful and poetic way to cap that one off. The Spuds up in this series. And, hey, it's like we talked about. This is what happens when the Unstoppable Force meets the immovable object. You get peak cinema.
This is an absolutely incredible game. This has been one of the most entertaining game ones that we could have asked for. It is 45 minutes of pure hype, 45 minutes of pure adrenaline. Game bouncing on a knife's edge, but ultimately it will get tipped into the side of the Spuds here as they pick up game number one. They take the early series lead. I'm now very excited to see how the Frogs manage to answer in game number two, because you'd have to imagine with only a few slight adjustments, they win that game just as easily as they lose it.
Yeah, and, this is what we were saying, right? The mid-game transition looked a little bit shaky, but they get there in the end. They keep that priority up. And these are the comps, right? This is what we were talking about, these teams, right? It's either 30 minutes of amazing League of Legends, but one team just knows how to end it, or it's going to be 45 minutes on a razor's edge each time, just flipping back and forth so close. The goal difference is never quite being enough to end off a big fight, but enough to get these small incremental advantages building up and building up and building up until eventually it explodes in one great team fight. And that's exactly what happened around that Baron. They get the fight, they transition to the drag, they pick up the Baron, and they fight one more after that, and that closes out the game entirely. Amazing performance from everyone, but especially we'll show them all 14-2-9 on that Jhin. Untouchable in the backline, 51,000 damage.
I was just about to highlight that as well. It's all well and good if the rest of your team is buying you so much space and buying you so much time, but you have to ultimately be the one to step up and perform, and we'll show them all did just that. Jhin, not typically a champion known for doing a lot of damage into some of these tankier champions, but ended up doing far and away the most in this game. Ended up looking absolutely spectacular on the pick, and then just him paired with his bot lane partner as well with the Nautilus, they just were able to find so many picks, help start so many team fights there, ultimately finish his game with a full 6 items. Really liked his choice and build as well to help pick off some of these squishier members like the Corki, like the Syndra, just keep himself as far ahead as he could. Just overall, he was the gold lead, he was the angle back into the game, and I'm really glad for him that the Spuds were able to rally around that and were able to find that lead and find that advantage. And just overall liked how they were able to keep their head in the game, stay in the cool, stay in the clutch. And is there anything else that you would like to highlight for the side of potentially the Frogs as we're looking forward into game number 2?
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that they really had a lot of the fight. It's just they go a bit too far forward. They overextend just a little bit too much, right? And it's really these micro decisions that if they change one thing here, one thing there, they could pick this up. But I think in the end, it was so close that it's really going to come down to, I think, those micro decisions being able to, and especially, making sure if you're playing something like this, Kennen, that you have the positioning to join those late game team fights, because you need to be there, right? If there's anyone that's important to be in a fight, it's you, right? Just have the Syndra side lane, right? If you really desperately need to have someone there, because Jody Jr. not being able to get that TP is definitely what lost them that fight. If the Kennen was there, they had that Slicing Maelstrom, they would have won that fight, no questions asked. It was so close. They just didn't. So I think paying attention to the positioning around objectives, making sure that you're there for those fights, making sure that you have everything is really important.
It was ultimately very close there. Was ultimately just a couple of those small decisions like you're saying. Now looking forward here into game number 2. We'll give these teams just a little bit of time so they can reorganize their thoughts, come into game number 2 as strong as possible. So in the meantime, we'll cut to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here with Blue Water Draft League.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Draft for Game 2 of our series for the Spuds versus the Frogs, getting right into it after a banger of a first game, an absolute slugfest, 45 minutes, peak cinema, heading right into this second. We can already see the bands coming out, some adaptations being made. Do not want to see that Corky make it through draft this time.
Absolutely not. And, like you were talking about how that game was absolutely insane. You've heard of your telecom wars, right? You've heard of your FlyQuest BLG. You've heard of like your Team Liquid Cloud9, all this. Like, no. We got the Spuds and the Frogs. This is Blue Water Draft League. This is the Ruby Division. This is what hype is made out of. As now the Frogs are looking to get rid of some of these picks that are making their lives significantly less hype. Seeing the Corky get rid of, potentially hovering that Singed ban, cannot blame them for that at all. Even though he was very far behind on the pick, he was still finding so much value from that Singed. He did exactly what we were highlighting, was able to just buy so much space, so much time. As now the Spuds are going to look for the Amumu first pick.
Man, I want to point out, I like the Corky ban, right? They said, all right, we got our game on it. You're not going to get your game on it. No We'll Show Them All can do on that pick, so just want to ban it away, even though they played it last game, just to make sure that, this is now a shared champion for the pool. Both bot laners can play it, so they don't want to give that in. And the Amumu locked in, and notably, I was about to say, the Hui unbanned, something that we've seen be so popular in both of these leagues this season, and immediately locked in there for the Frogs. They want this. They do not want to see it go to waste. This is so important. You already know Mollywops loves his Hui, does not want to give it up. So seeing that early on is not a surprise. And I'd imagine either going for bot lane to sort of keep it open, or maybe a jungler here to pair with it. Obviously, the Amumu, as far as we've seen, probably going towards the jungle, but the Spuds...
Going back to the Poppy.
Ooh, okay, no. Yeah, I like this. Going back to Poppy, sort of saying that if you do end up... no matter where you send this Amumu, we can still flex this Poppy. So I think the best choice for the Spuds right now is to just pick their mid and bot laner, get their Hui counter, get their bot lane locked in before bans come through, and just wait for that R4 to come out, wait to see if they might sort of send the Poppy somewhere and sort of commit it somewhere before they decide where that Amumu's going.
Yep, and I do like how the Spuds are now looking to just pick some of those picks that were just so stable for them and so strong for them, as they do pick up the Jhin, and they will decide on their Hui answer. It will be the Talia coming through, a champion that I myself am personally very fond of. I adore this champion with my entire soul. I do like the Hui matchup. It's not the most explosive, but it's also going to kind of be another stable point, but also a pick that does scale pretty well. So you retain a lot of your mixed damage threat. You force the Frogs to kind of have to respect both of your carries, maybe a little bit more than with the how the Swain was turning out. The response from the Frogs is going to be the Xayah, a pick that also offers a lot of safety, also offers a lot of late game damage. Going into the Jhin, I do like that pick. It does kind of say, if you're going to throw your cooldowns at me, you need to throw all of them at me in order to take me down. Overall, I'm liking where this draft is going for both teams. Very curious to see what gets picked up in the ban phase here.
I definitely like the Talia, though, because that sort of limits the engage potential that the Frogs can go for, right? Already having the Amumu, having the Jhin range and then going for the Talia, you have a lot of range to engage from, but you also have a lot of peel that you can sort of kite back and say that you don't really need to get the engage. You can play more for the counter if you want. So this is something I really love, right? You see it a lot on the lower teams, team comps being very one note, right? You end up seeing a lot of like Malphite, Leona, Jarvan, you just all one thing. There's not a lot of rounding out teams that want to go in. They're just going to go in, and they're not going to do anything but go in. And if they're forced to do anything but go in, they just lose.
A lot of pressing R, a lot of press R compositions. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was about to say, speaking of the Malphite, banning that out, realizing that, they already have the Xayah, so they can't pick into that, and, the Unstoppable going to be able to go sort of past all of those counters, right? They do not have the sort of hard Malphite counter, which is something like Gallia, something that can stop it as it goes in, so don't want to give them that opportunity. Just going to ban that away, and I'd imagine this is either going to lock the jungle or support, or the Zac. This is definitely an interesting pick, because Jody Jr. has played this top lane. This could be a Zac top, however, It could also
gonna
be
say,
jungle.
I
This
was about
could
to
be
say,
a
I
flex.
love this pick. I love this pick. It retains the flex for the side of the Frogs, so they still haven't revealed where that Poppy is going specifically. They still haven't revealed where that Zac is going specifically, so they can guarantee best possible matchup here going into their R5. As now the Spuds here, they kind of need to do the opposite. They need to pick the more safe possible matchups, as they, like you're mentioning, they have a lot of that ability to go forward and a lot of that ability to peel back. Does look like they're going for the Scion. I like the champion. It offers quite a bit of good frontline for them. It does offer kind of more of what the Spuds wanted and what the Spuds liked, kind of that ability to disrupt, but it's just in a very different way than how the Singe wants to do it. So it's not going to be something where you need to, how do I want to say this? It's not going to just like run through your back line and then just like throw down the poison trail, fling the goo at you, and then flip you over his shoulder. Sion's going to run into you, but he's going to do so in a way that forces you to respond to it. The Nami as well, offering that wave to continue that disruption, also offering a lot of utility, offering a lot of safety for the side of the Spuds now. So they have a pretty, overall, I would say, safe 5 comp that can do a lot of forward and backwards kind of ebb and flow with that team fight. Now it's up to the Frogs here on R5 to decide how they want to carry out this draft. What will it be?
Yeah. And I think, it's confirmed that it is the Amumu jungle, so I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to see the set locked in here. This is interesting. I actually don't know where this is going off the top, because it could be, I assume it's top lane, but that also begs the question, is it going to be the Zac support or the Zac jungle? Because I've seen KMZ play weirder. I have seen KMZ play these, and I speak of it, right? I've seen Coach Pizza play the crazy things, and Coach Pizza doesn't have any of these champs in the support role locked in yet. So could be anything. I'd imagine they want it to be the Poppy into the Amumu and the Zac into the Jin and Nami, because the Engage just has all those open opportunities, right? Obviously, the set as well does very well into the Scion. I'd imagine that goes top. I find it pretty hard to imagine that it doesn't, but yeah. I like both. I like team comps from both teams, right? I don't feel like one side is like so obviously winning draft like before. It feels like the Spuds have a bit more of that early game sway. It feels like the Frogs have a bit more of that late game sway, and it's really going to come down to these thin margins in fights.
I very much agree with that as well. I do think that this is another execution-heavy game. One thing that I do like for the Frogs as well, though, is that this is a little bit more of a creative draft, not something that you necessarily see as much. So if the Spuds aren't ready for these picks, aren't ready for potentially where that Zac could go or where that Poppy could go, so on and so forth, I could see that being the tip in their cap, the feather in their cap, to kind of mix the game up a little bit more in their favor. It's like, if you're not going to necessarily beat someone in like playing the game standard, you change things up so that you can have a better shot of taking them on in your own game. I'm not going to beat Mike Tyson in a boxing match, but if I bring a gun, I've got a shot. So right now the Frogs are taking this Zac, something that's a little bit more unique, could potentially flex that topper support, potentially be a little bit more creative here with that. Very excited to see what they end up doing with the draft here, see how they execute as well.
Yeah, definitely. But for right now, I think we're going to cut to a short break. When we come back, we will be in game for game 2. Should be an exciting one. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, we are back here with a quick update going into game number 2. It does seem like there was a player PC issue, specifically KMZ on the side of the Spuds. Had an issue where he was not able to load into lobby the first time. They're attempting to remake the lobby with the same draft in order to potentially get him into game. If he does get in, then we will be right on track with getting into game number 2. We apologize for the delay. If he is not able to load in and they still have continued issues, then the Spuds will have to find a substitute player in order to continue to play. So we will be back with an update on that a little bit later. We again thank you guys so much for your patience in helping us stick around while we deal with this issue. And we should hopefully be back with better news or an update at the very least here shortly. Is there anything that we want to add to that real quick before passing it back to another intermission?
No, I don't believe so.
Awesome. In that case, we'll be back in just a little bit, hopefully with continuation of game 2. Otherwise, we'll keep you guys in the update at the very least. Thank you all for sticking around. We'll be back shortly.
Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow, and knowledge my when we face our final.
Holy heck, we are back with game number 2 here, finally at long last, after much ado. Spuds versus Frogs, BOL Draft League. Ruby is back. Once again, we have on the blue side now the Spuds, Tobex, Lol, Cactus Thief, Skadoosh, We'll Show Them All, and KMZ. Finally back from the PC issues. Going up against Frog on the red side, Jody Jr., General Shepherd, Molly Wops, Versailles, and Coach Pizza. Everybody, welcome back. We are here. Starting off with a standard 5-point. Noct, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Unfortunately, we do not have any funny Zac support shenanigans. It is just going to be the Poppy support, as is relatively standard. And I don't blame it, right? It's still very good into the engage that they have, so I'm not surprised wanting it to be in more of a supportive position, especially with the priority that Zac can apply, right? Not a ton of mobility on the quick mobility on the side of the Spuds, right? A lot of good movement, a lot of ability to sidestep with movement speed, with just good hands, but the quick, immediate sort of dashes and dodges that you want into a Zac don't exist. So I really do like that pick in the jungle, and I think that's going to be very prolific as well. The early bot lane pressure, as opposed to both teams having sort of hard engage, I think this is going to be much more of a sort of range and poke using a spell advantage, right, for We'll Show Them All in KMZ.
Yep, I do agree with that. I do think that these very, very early levels should be slightly favored towards the Jin Nami, as they do have kind of, depending on what the itemization, or pardon me, the skill level was, should be good for them. But right now, it does look like some poke coming out. Maybe a harder trade here on the top side. Not looking like it. But yeah, like we were saying in that bot lane here, already getting the shove. I do like how they're just like full committing to this. I do like the bubble coming out there. Very well done. Gonna hopefully try to get the bot lane crash coming in there, as top lane is pushing in against them on the top side. Tobex kind of back on this weak side thing that we've been seeing him on. Very much just gonna try to lose the minimum as he chunks this wave down and maybe gets a little bit of poke back himself.
Yeah. And I like both teams sort of just brawling it out here, using these health advantages and using health as a resource. I think is a very important thing you see, especially the sort of more coordinated teams, understanding that you can call on your jungler to come for you. You can say, if I'm trading well, if I'm using sort of these health advantages, trying to trade in, using the mana, trying to get people low, and really using these resources, that my jungler is going to be there to actually capitalize on that, to punish.
And speaking of junglers being there, I do like how we're seeing the Cactus Thief and Mumu clear a little bit faster. If you can see him on the minimap there, he was leashing the red all the way down by his Krug camp. So he does have a solid tempo advantage. If he ends up getting the crash first, nice little suicide there, starting to get some plates and continue to crash the wave there from Tobex. But especially with this Mumu getting the clear on the bottom side of the map, that is just very good for him overall, because he is able to get the first move on the Scuttle and help keep his bot lane as safe as possible so that they don't end up getting ganked here by the Zac. Overall, good start coming out from the blue team.
Yeah, like that. Spuds just making sure to pick up that early Scuttle, getting it away, and General Shepherd you can see trying to maybe transition, pull the jump, maybe kite up towards that second Scuttle, make sure he doesn't get double Scuttled. Now the engage though, Skadoosh getting pulled back, and Cactus Seat there, but rooted up by Molly Wops. Can't really do anything there, and probably didn't want to try
good bubble.
anyway. Nice bubble there, but not enough HP gone yet. Vertia does have the cleanse, and for those that don't know, the Nami Q is one of the few knockups, because of how it's coded, that can be cleansed. So, you know, that's definitely something to watch out for. And General Shepard does secure the smite on that scuttle. Just going to walk it out. Has to be careful, right? I Am Skadoosh does not quite have the mana to take an extended fight. They do end up fighting, so don't really want to try anything too spicy in that mid lane. Vertia has to be careful, though. Getting low mana, low health, and definitely susceptible to a potential fourth shot dive and then just trying to run away. But with the cleanse and the flash up, I don't think the Spuds are going to go for anything too crazy early. Probably just going to take their backs and look for something. But Jody Jr. with a nice true damage and a flash. Sure. Takes Tobex, flashes away, but the punch will follow through. A nice little air punch right there. And Tobex shoving in the wave. Really nice play there from Jody Jr. Make sure to wait on the W. Gets that true damage punch off and then flashes away before he can get hit back. Just right before it. Really great timing there.
Yeah, and I do really just like how he was playing with that. He knew that typically, like, on other champions, if you're fighting in the wave, you're in a disadvantaged position. But he knew that with Set, he was able to get that stun, help get that additional CC. And then, like he said, able to time his autos very well to secure the first kill there onto Tobex. Technically a second death, but the first one didn't count, as now this wave will finally crash in. Now Tobex in a pretty good spot as he's keeping Jody Jr. from resetting now. Is able to pick up some of this wave, but not able to do too much else with it. Tobex does have the shove, but Jody should be able to pick this up. Both junglers on the bottom side of the map looking towards that Infernal Dragon. Now going over to the side of the Spuds, it looks like. We'll show them all staying in the lane. Just keeping that shove, keeping that pressure on so that they can't easily rotate up. Should go over the way. No shenanigans coming through. Easy pickup there for Spuds.
Yeah, I like this. Coach Pizza walking up, trying to maybe freeze that, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't just run it. Will showed them all knowing that they were on the drag, right? You know, pop that W, get the movement speed from the Xayah W when you auto a champion, and just try and force him out, force him to stop pushing that wave, but realize they don't need it. They have the freeze anyway. A little bit of a push means that they're not going to hold this, but they were waiting for their jungler. Unfortunately, General Shepard getting caught on the trap. Not quite going to land anything, though. Going in as expected, but nice little bubble from KMZ and full health bars means that there's not really a lot to be done at this point. We'll show them all you can see. Run them down, getting some autos off.
Ooh,
nice little deadly flourish, but...
Yep, great chunks coming out there, and that's, you know, kind of the advantage there, that gank not coming through. Partially due to the fact that the Nami plus the Jhin has so much move speed. They're able to run so fast now. Cactus Thief here.
Got all
chunking
three.
Jody.
Jody has to be careful. Could definitely 1v1 the Amumu, but has to be worried because that Scion could always just come down with the ult if he decides to commit to the fight. And if he doesn't, just going to lose so many plates. You can see Tobex just knocking on those plates with the Demolish with that bonus AD early on. Now proxying, has to be careful, but a nice little sidestep means that General Shepard is not going to be able to land that E on top of him. Just going to walk this one out. Really great macro play from Tobex, right? Despite dying early on, only one of those deaths is actually a kill, right?
Yeah, Tobex is just doing he's just doing a good job of just being very annoying here on the Scion, just repeatedly going for these proxies to just keep Jody Jr. from getting the shove in the lane here, and in a very, like, different way, but still for a similar effect. Skadoosh is being very annoying in his mid lane for Mollywops. I don't know if I've seen Mollywops have mana bar above half after being in lane for like 5 seconds, just forced to burn all of these spells and all these cooldowns. So he's never in a comfortable, advantageous position. There's just a lot of pressure being executing from every single side of the map here for the Spuds. Even though they did lose that first blood kill, they just are exuding so much confidence with how they're playing the map.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to note that this is really how the Spuds love to be playing, right? Like, last game was a decent example, but this is sort of where they shine, right? Which is pressure in all lanes, keeping that up, making sure to apply the pressure, even if they're not getting, you know, major advantages, as sort of micro advantages, like we're seeing with the health bar on Jody Jr. Unfortunately, Tobex can't quite go for the dive just yet, but finally gonna try it. Pulled back in from Jody Jr., launches off the slam, tries to get a little bit more, but Tobex cut short, does not charge the Q long enough, and Jody Jr. will pick up another kill. Little bit of a misplay there from Tobex, getting a bit too aggressive. Thought he had more than he did in the tank, and then just undercharging that Q. A nice little knockback from I Am Skadoosh. Not going to be anything, but Mollywops does fire off the Spiraling Despair, getting some good damage off. A nice little flea. making sure to get the fear off on I Am Skadoosh, getting the autos with that empowered. A nice W there.
Ooh.
Severing
Yeah,
Bolt
great.
and Mollywops, getting fancy with it in the mid lane.
Yeah, excellent poke coming down from Mollywops there, forcing Skadoosh back out of this lane, keeping him from getting onto that worked ground to prevent him from using his enhanced Q there. But the other side, on the top side there, Jody Jr. picking up that kill, just saw that Tobex was overextending a little bit, recognizing that he had the CC in that position, so that he was able to just get that quick pull, get that CC, when then follow up with his ultimate under the tower. Tobex not able to tank through all of that damage, does end up falling there. Now a 2-0 on this set. Has his boots completed, working towards his first item now. Has a pickaxe as well. Meanwhile, we do have a gank coming through from the Zac.
Yep, but once again, not going to land. General Shepherd has been down here so much, but unfortunately has not really been able to get anything. But now, Coach Pizza finally going in, might have been able to get it, but a really nice flash to the tidal wave from KMZ, and both flashes from that bot lane will keep them alive. Won't be able to find anything. Now going to pop that curtain call, going in, Coach Pizza tanking, but that fourth shot on the curtain call going to do a lot of damage onto Coach Pizza. Nice little knock up now, General Shepherd. Finally alive, but Cactus Thief trying to run the bat line. Coach Pizza is dead to rights. Are they going to get anything else? Coach Pizza going forward. Does manage to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy off, but a nice blade collar from Vertia is going to trade it out. A 2-for-1 in total in favor of the Spuds.
Yeah, great job there from Cactus Thief, recognizing that he had the counter gank window there. So he ends up walking around through after the really good tidal wave flash coming out from KMZ. But he was then able to taxi in on the incoming minion wave with his first Q, able to pressure in the Zac, had to retreat, and then use his second Q to get a little bit more forward, able to use the ultimate, pick us up with that another kill. Does cost him his life, but it's still a very solid inflection of gold coming in for the side of the Spuds, as they're now looking towards this bot lane tower, getting some of those plates.
Nice
good route coming
flash.
through.
Amazing from Vertia. You love to see that. And that's what I was talking about, right? The recognition. That is what player skill is. Realizing that you can, in fact, cleanse that knockup. Uses it, immediately goes into the ultimate, flashes to get the blade collar route, and we'll show them all punished for stepping a bit too far forward. You know, they thought they had the dive, they thought they had it, but Vertia with all cooldowns, Isaiah with all cooldowns is hard to dive. That is now 4. Smite comes out from Cactus Thief, who manages to get that. General Shepherd with no res, with no passive, is not going to be able to secure anything. Meanwhile, on the top side, the showstopper comes. Junior knocks Tobex right back into the tower. Undercharges the Q once again. He pulls him back. Now we turn back to the grubs. It is going to be one single grub pulled away for the frogs, and a kill as well. The Cactus Thief goes down. Little bit too greedy there. They weren't able to get that full 6. Has to be careful. Tobex now on the top side. Junior wasn't quite able to get that kill. Both flashes come out, but it's Tobex who stays alive. They will win that fight. The frogs pick up another kill now with the gold lead, and they manage to get those extra grubs. Sorry, that one grub, I mean, which means that, you know, Spuds do still have 5 grubs. It's still very strong, but they won't be able to get the 6th grub. A nice little haymaker there from Jody.
Jody is being the force of pressure on this map here for the frogs. He's just playing this lane so aggressively well on this set, just recognizing all of these windows that he has, recognizing these illegal positionings coming out from Tobex that could potentially be a weak side advantage. Massive haymaker.
Beautiful there from Jody Jr. Love to see plays like that, recognizing when you can go in. And speaking of recognizing when you can go in, Coach Pizza with an amazing flash.
Good tidal wave.
But a nice tidal wave from KMZ keeps his carry alive. And I love that from Coach Pizza, right? Realizing that you can at least force a cooldown there. You know, using that Keeper's Verdict, getting the knock up, and then immediately flashing for the sort of insect back into the tower. Has to be careful, though. Cactus Thief is down here, wants to find something. But a nice control ward there, right? From General Shepherd. Just spot him out before he goes in. Really, really nice there.
Yep. Ooh,
engage
good
now,
ult.
going in. A Mumu ult comes out, but Vertia was already in the Feather Storm. Cactus Thief now getting absolutely melted by the Blade Collar and all the feathers. A really nice launch back from General Shepherd. The Blade Collar is good. The root comes out, needs just a little bit more damage. And General Shepherd picks up the 2nd kill of that gank. Absolutely beautiful right there. Cactus Thief thought he had the engage, but a really nice delay from General Shepherd. Vertia goes into that Feather Storm, means that it's just not going to be enough to win that fight. Really great plays from the frogs, right? A completely different lead from what we saw last game, where it was very, very close, you know, very sort of Spud-sided in the early game, albeit, you know, a bit, again, a bit closer. But frogs this game just in the lead, you know, almost 2,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes, have one of the dragons, don't have to worry about the 6 grubs, doing very well on kills, and this is exactly what they want to see right now if they want to come back and bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, the Frogs just taking those opportunities that are not given to them, they're taking them by force. This Xayah on Versailles is just looking so good, just so impressive, so clean. His positioning of the feathers and then his awareness of where the enemy is standing in relation to them, as well as General Shepard on this deck coming in big here, is forcing out the Scion ultimate there from Tobex. And they're just continuing to apply pressure now. They're taking what was once pressure for the Spuds and are now spinning it on its head. And it's all stemming from how this top lane is interacting here with Jody just exuding so much aura here on the map, basically. As now, Talia ultimate coming through just to get back in the lane.
Yeah, but not going to hit that W, so no kill to be found, but still really nice play there. And I can see the Zac on the objective on that Rift Herald, just going to get it up. And with Jody Jr. having full priority, you know, should be pretty safe. Mollywops does have to be careful, though, because Cactus Thief wants him, but doesn't have a way in right now. Just going to go back to a relatively neutral state in this game. And I think this is exactly what the Frogs want to see, right? They can buy as much time. They're ahead. They just need to play around these objectives, play for their openings, play around their cooldowns, and not over-aggress when they don't have opportunities.
Yeah, and I'm liking how they're recognizing when they have these opportunities and when they don't. And Jody right now recognizing he has an opportunity to chunk this tower down, almost takes the top tier 1 all by itself. You know, we were talking about how Shepard was on that Rift Herald earlier. Looks like he didn't quite see where he had utilized it, didn't quite see where that objective was spent, but looking now for a potential gank here on the top side, so he is drawing some pressure back to the top side here, trying to potentially get another kill onto the Scion here. This 0-4 Scion, not exactly the highest value.
Oh, nice unstoppable force by Tobex. Lands the double knockup, but the pullback from Jody Jr. means that Tobex is going to have a hard time getting out. General Shepard throws out another slimy punch and brings him right back in. Tobex going down once again. 0-5 on the Scion. Unfortunately, did not get the memo that Val strats have been nerfed at this point.
Yeah, this Scion is not having a very fun game. You know, he played the early part of this lane so well where he was just going for those repeated proxies and just trying his best to not give as many opportunities over. But now Jody has done a job of just finding these opportunities and just creating them just off of these overextensions from Tobex that are now turning into what was once unforced errors, now just actual plays that Jody is creating just from nowhere, it seems like. And now it's up kind of to this bot lane here. We'll show them all and KMZ to kind of get something going once again.
The double knockup. Oh, but General Shepard just needed a little bit more time. Unfortunately, the E-charge goes off, and they almost found the pick onto KMZ. That would have been a really well-executed play if they managed to land that right. The Keeper's verdict knocked both bat. General Shepard comes flying in onto the Nami, forcing at least a couple sums, if not getting a kill anyway. But now that they don't have those cooldown, you know, they don't have that poppy cooldown, they don't have the positioning, it should be Spuds that are able to pick up this drag relatively easily.
Yep, the Spuds are going to be looking for that. They do need to burst it down pretty quick as the Zac is still in the area, is kind of looking over for it. He's here in the brush. They do spot him out, throw the Talia E down, so he shouldn't be able to go any forward. Mountain Dragon picked up for them. Slowly going to build these armors, these advantages, start. You know, Mountain Soul isn't really going to be an objective that's online very quickly in this game. You know, both of these teams have already kind of split the dragons already, so it would be another 20-ish minutes before that Soul actually comes online. So both these teams could potentially be looking for that Baron as a potential win con, as a potential objective to play for. But right now, it is Jody playing for this top side that's just exerting so much pressure, kind of moving forward that priority line. So now they have just this top side that's pushing it so far forward. Zac can be so much further forward and continue looking for these aggressive plays. And even this way now, you know, Hoi hasn't been having the biggest impacts like directly, but just not losing in this situation and having a small CS lead, not giving the Talia any chances to roam and make any of those huge plays. That is exactly what you need to be doing in order to kind of neutralize that facet of what Talia wants to do. We spent a lot of time talking about Talia as, like, going into this game, into the draft, Talia as a champion who can kind of negate some of these engages with her E, and even as a later game DPS tool. What we didn't really talk about too much, though, was her ability to move with her wall as a semi-global. And that really has just been shut down in this game by how well Mollywops has been playing this lane on his way. Just doing a good job spending his whole mana bar, but trying to keep Talia in lane, keep her from being mobile, and just try to negate as much potential pressure as that pick can allow.
Yeah, and I think you pointed it out very well here, right? Mollywops has just been playing so well. Doesn't have the same crazy 4-0 scoreline or anything, but almost 20 CS up. You know, the extra kill also gives him so much gold. So, you know, about half an item, give or take, with all the extra advantage up on this. Now KMZ getting engaged on. Has to be careful, but the Xayah just does too much damage on this 2 full item spike. Really nice gank there from General Shepard. Meanwhile, on the top side, Joni Jr. with a nice showstopper. Flashes over the wall, but Skadoosh pushes him back. A severing bolt from the sky. The Arcane Comet not quite going to be enough. Tower goes down, and they're going to look for more. Coach Pizza now has to be careful, but caught up. Now the curtain call finally opened to try and get a little bit more. Nice knockback there from Coach Pizza. Make sure the Cactus Thief can't go any further forward, but we'll show them all. Wants to keep pushing. Vertzia gets a nice blade collar on Tobax, but no more kills to be had. Some decent damage coming through, but you can see the CC was just too much there. Not going to have to worry. And Skadoosh trying to clear out that mid lane. 2 towers taken, right? Mollywops takes that first, but because of all the pressure, because Skadoosh was forced to back, they just get an extra one, and that is a big deal, right? Opening up that mid lane entirely, tier 1 and tier 2, now with the Baron up and the Mountain in 2 minutes, it's going to be a massive advantage for the Frogs.
Yeah, because they weren't able to land that kill onto Skadoosh, because they weren't able to actually kill the Talia right away, Talia was forced to reset faster and had to, like, run further away from the 2 on the top side, and it will result in them getting those 2 mid lane towers, but then that pressure continues on forward. They do lose Coach Pizza, but they end up picking up that bot lane tier 1 as well, so they're continuing to just take these objectives, take these towers, and are just continuing to push their pressure lines forward and continuing to set up for whatever objective they really want at this point. They can push their vision forward, they can continue to play on these more forward lanes, and as long as they can just keep the Spuds pushed in, the map is theirs for the taking completely at this point.
Yeah, and you can see additionally with the Dead Man's Plate now finished on the Poppy, you can expect that support to be a bit more roamy. You know, Mollywops in the side lane, Vertzia is going to be completely safe mid, has all the summons, has the ultimate, so I expect to see Coach Pizza roaming around with General Shepard more, sort of sticking as a sort of duo buddy pair. You can see them running through the jungle now together to try and look for spacing, objective picks, whatever, but trying to use this sort of potential that they have of the long-range engage of General Shepard, and then Coach Pizza can run in, use the speed boost from the steadfast presence, knock people into walls after getting pulled back by General, and just sort of follow up on each other. Speaking of following up, Cactus Thief goes through, but a really nice Feather Storm from Vertzia keeps him alive. The cleanse has to be used, and now the curtain call finally opens up. Coach Pizza, on the back end of the fight, though, managed to get that first pick onto the Talia. Now Jody Jr. has finally joined the fight. Cactus Thief with no more call. Sorry, Christmas Mummy has to be careful. Lots of damage coming through. A big showstopper, and the true damage is huge. Mollywops with the severing bolt from the sky takes out another, and now Tobex is left in the middle of 3, just to fall once again, going into that zombified form where he has been so many times, but the graveyard is too far away. Nice plays there from the Frogs. They managed to get a clean 3 for 0.
It's a bouncy castle by the Brambleback. Excellent plays coming out from the Frogs there. Like you say, very well team fought. Able to get Vertzia out from there in order to then bring in the set and able to lock in all of that CC down, able to pull them in for the stun, followed up immediately by the Zac jump, then followed by the set ult as well into the full team, knocking so much CC, knocking so much damage as well. Just really well played. And I also want to shout out Mollywops as well. Before that team fight really broke out in earnest, able to get the quick pick onto the Talia to then negate a lot of the other potential follow-up and to allow the rest of that fight to happen from the side of Frogs. Then that turns into another dragon for them. Continue to delay this dragon stacking from the side of the Spuds. Continue it for them as well. Just really well played on that whole sequence overall.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, it was very important to know, right? Coach Pizza and Mollywops on the bot side of that fight were just chasing down to the Taliyah the whole time, who was trying to regroup with their team, but it just wasn't enough because I Am Skadoosh doesn't really have a ton of mobility without the flash, right? Can roam around the map near walls, sure, but once you're in combat, that turns off. You don't have the Weaver's Wall, that just gets canceled, so you don't really have a ton of ways out once that Poppy gets on top of you, and once that Hwei is able to free fire on you if you don't have the spacing, the range, or the team. So really nice plays there. You can see double burn items finished on both mages. That's going to be big spikes for them. But, I think Mollywops with that extra large rod, with especially the pen boots, I think is a big deal. It's going to help a lot, because I Am Skadoosh goes for more of the cooldowns. Doesn't really have a cooldown on that Q anymore, as you can see, firing them off almost like auto attacks at this point.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of those things that I love about this Taliyah champion. She just throws those rocks so much, just like Zach throws his body into his enemy blue side jungle. Cactus Thief in a very rough
combo,
spot there.
but yeah, nice little combo of the Curses on Mummy into Tidal Wave, right? The combo you get, but there's no damage, there's no follow-up, there's nothing to be done. You can see the death totals, 0-6, 1-4, 2-3, it's very hard right now for the Spuds. 3-14, got a little of a pie game going, but at this point, it's just so hard. Tobex goes in with a nice unstoppable force, lands the knock-up combos, but once again, they just don't have the damage follow-up. They're trying to buy time, but time is all they're gonna find. Tobex looking for more. In the bot side, they do manage to find Mollywops, though, in the 2v1, so a good little collapse there, but Tobex goes down for it once again. And unfortunately, not a great look, but they did manage to stop the Baron, but if KMZ goes down, it won't have been worth it. Vertia going forward, KMZ forced to flash, but a nice bubble keeps General Shepherd off of him. Cactus Thief now regrouping, make sure that they can't go any further. So a 1-for-1, a huge shutdown onto Mollywops, and they stop the Baron. I think that does end up being worth it in the end, right? KMZ able to keep himself alive, able to burn some of these cooldowns, was forced to use the flash, but I think all in all, stopping the Baron, getting a shutdown onto your Jhin was very important there, and I think definitely worth it, right? If the Spuds want to get back into this game, that is 100% the first step, and I really applaud them for finding that pick and just saying, you know what, Tobex? At this point, you're worth so little gold. Just go in and use your life to stop them, right? Like,
Yeah, and Tobex is definitely trying to be a sort of unstoppable force in this game. He's trying his best to get some kind of value, but he's unfortunately running into the immovable object that is the Frogs here. Specifically, this set has just been 5-0-3, played lane incredibly well, played team fights incredibly well. Just overall is the highlight player of this game for the Frogs, and just able to just get that quick pick onto the Amumu, then try to turn it into the Baron. They do get the other kill on Sion. Fortunately, it did delay them taking that objective, but now they surely can set their eyes to it if they continue to shove this wave, or they can continue to just delay out the map as well, recognizing all this vision that does exist on the top side. Dragon spawning in a minute, that would be soul point for whichever team ends up picking that up. There is a lot of gold now on this Jhin. This Jhin is now 3 items, and just touching on that real quick, your Hwei almost has death cap completed, the 2 needlessly large rods there in inventory. Your Zac is 2 items now with the Spirit Visage and the Sunfire Cape. You have 2 items on your set, 2.5, and your 2.5 items on your Xayah. So you do have a lot of damage on your team right now. You do have a huge positioning advantage. You do just need to be respectful of the Jhin, respectful of what the damage he can provide is. And hopefully, if you're on the side of the Frogs, try to burst him down first in order to then just win the rest of the team fight. Vision getting cleared away on the Baron here now. Spuds potentially just trying to draw them away here. Draw the Zac in. Fight coming out. Fight breaking out.
Vertia has to be careful in the middle of 4, but not enough damage to take him out even remotely. Nice blade collar to Featherstorm. Cactus Thief getting run down now, and the feathers are flying. Vertia picks up another kill. Tobex knocked right into his own teammates while I Am Skadoosh tried to give his teammates a way out, but wasn't going to be enough. And now on the backside of that entire fight, Joe Jr. flashes forward and manages to pick up Jhin. It is only I Am Skadoosh left alive right now, and there's really nothing to do. No Weaver's Null, no flash. Some good damage, but no way to turn that. Amazing fight for the Frogs, who are now going for the Baron, turning their eyes onto that. The Mountain Dragon is up as well, and I can only imagine their eyes are going to be turned right towards that once this big worm goes down. Really great plays from the entire team, and the damage coming through, the tankiness that the team has, the survivability, it feels at this point like it's just so overwhelming, and there's so little damage from the Spuds that it is nigh impossible to win a fight even with good positioning.
Yeah, the Zac is just way too big for any of the members on the side of the Spuds to cut through. You have the double burn items on the Talia, but you're not able to sustain these team fights for long enough in order to actually get that burn off. Your Jhin does have 3 items, but unfortunately he just isn't a champion that can cut through these full health tanks like this Zac, and it just continues to get harder and harder as they're stacking up these mountain souls as well, these mountain dragons rather. And you see the Hui finally has his death cap. Hui is online in a big way. You see the Xayah has 3 items, the Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Navori Quickblades online in a big way. The Poppy already been online, continue to be making these plays. Set now has Sterax, so you're not cutting through Set at all. These team fights are so incredibly hard. So now if you're the Spuds, you want to try to just find these quick picks, right? You need to try to find someone out of position, so then you can get the kill and then potentially use your numbers to continue the fight. But even that is hard when any of these individual members, like who is killing Jody before Jody can kill them? Certainly not the Scion, even as he goes unstoppable here. Coach Pizza could potentially look to go forward here. Doesn't even need to. And now just curious what lanes these two teams decide to play through. Looks like they're going through top and bot. So just doing a good job there splitting the map, trying to draw as many eyes away as possible, trying to keep these two teams as far away from each other as possible. Definitely like that look. So if you have to answer on one side, the TP comes out, so they are forcing the TP there. It's going to be 4 members now overloaded on this top side, able to then look to take this top tier 2. Risky position there for Molly.
Molly has to be careful. I am Skadoosh going for the 1v1. Molly has to be careful. We'll show them all. Finally trying to back it up. Needs a little bit more fancy footwork, but won't be quite enough when an auto from KMZ can just put him in the dirt from 30%. Now engage on Tobex. They're just knocking down these inhibs, knocking on the base. Don't want to go for any crazy fight, knowing that they are at a numbers disadvantage. And a nice TP there from I Am Skadoosh, realizing that Molly was a bit too far up and that they could take this. Now a showstopper from Jody Jr. going in, getting the damage on a Cactus Thief, and taking him out before he can get that Curse the Sad Mummy off. Jody Jr. has to be careful, though. Does not have the Haymaker shield anymore. And the Jhin will finally get it. We'll show them all taking him out. A nice little knockback. Make sure General Shepard can't get out. Now Verti is trying to pump out the damage. But Tobex is still surprisingly tanky. Finally goes down into that zombified form, trying to run it out in a nice little bubble.
Okay.
General Shepard into the passive. Now a bunch of blobs are the only thing that's left. Coach Pizza and Verti cannot set up. They do not have the range. And the Spuds managed to find a fight defending their base.
Yep, and that was exactly what we were talking about earlier. Those are those picks that they need to find. First, getting that pick on Hui in the bot lane. It does cost them their top tier 3 and their top lane inhibitor, so you can argue if that's worth it or not. But then that 4v5 there, you see Jody Jr. go a little bit too far forward, thinking that he can overextend and get a kill, which he does. But at this point, trading kills is not worth it for the Frogs. They don't care about giving any gold to the Spuds whatsoever when all of your members have these big shutdowns and are worth so much gold. Now you're giving a lot of that gold over to the Jhin, giving a lot of the gold over to Talia, and you're giving them these avenues to potentially try to find that miracle fight. It's still very, very hard, but it's made just that inch easier. And sometimes with teams of this caliber, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and that's really what you have to be careful of, right? Obviously, the Jhin now on the 3 items is definitely a damage threat, and it's really funny because this is what happens when you don't go for the 3 damage item Xayah build, right? There's 2 sort of lines of thought with the Xayah build, which is you go Essence Reaver, i.e., and then the pen item third, using your W attack speed to sort of offset that, or you go for the Navori Quickblades. If you go that, you're lacking that pen item early, and you can see Tobex, even at 0 and 9, took so long to die in that fight. Just buying so much space for his team that Verti was not able to quite cut down. Now finally has that last Wisp item, but he needs to finish this Lord Dominix. He needs to get this pen item completely done, or it's going to be a lot harder to finish off this tank. Finally does have it right on that back, right on cue, and a minute to the dragon.
Yeah, both these ADCs now at 4 items. Both these ADCs basically at complete parity with each other. You know, you see those pen items coming through on both of them. You see the essence, the Infinity Edge rather. It is the more lethality focused part of the build for the Jhin, and versus the full crit coming out from the Xayah. So it is going to be both these teams kind of looking to do on this potential last stand here for the Spuds here by this Mountain Dragon. If they can try to pick that up, that would be some kind of ideal, but it's still very hard for them almost no matter what. might almost be better to sack it, but it's if you sacrifice the dragon, then you're not cutting through anybody again, especially in a 5v5 team fight. It's just a very difficult situation to find yourselves in, especially when you have the mini wave barreling down your top lane and barreling down your mid lane. If you're going to try to find anything, you already need to go through the scary jungle that you don't have any wards in. You don't see where they are. So behind any corner, you have to imagine there could be a Poppy, there could be a Zac, there could be someone wanting to jump on me, which is exactly what happens here.
Yeah, looking for the fight now. Good little tidal wave. It has to be careful. And lovely, Chris said, Mummy onto the back line, but Vertia is still alive, still firing back. And the first kill finally comes down from Tobex. Finally going forward, Coach Pizza picks up another in the backside of that fight. They did manage to take out General Shepard, but he has bought enough time. Now has to be careful. Mollywops looking for some extra damage onto KMZ, and Coach Pizza finally wrap around, looking for a bit more, but a knockback from Mollywops keeps him alive.
That's a good bubble.
The beautiful bubble takes him out. Has to be careful though. Jody Jr. flashing in, managing to pull one back with the phase breaker, and looking for more with the haymaker, but he won't be able to find it. Has to be careful. Finally, KMZ being taken out, but we'll show them all still firing back, still has the range. Mollywops looking for it more. The Severing Bolt, the on-King Comet from downtown. Mollywops picks up another, and another Severing Bolt on I Am Skadoosh, who's trying to run away, but Mollywops still has the vision, still has all the ways to hit, and this man seemingly cannot miss. Joe Jr. has now used the TP. He wants to end. He wants the base. He wants this game over and done with right now. I Am Skadoosh finally going in off the wall, but the showstopper manages to stop him. Joe Jr. now has to run away, though. Cactus Thief not quite going to connect and going to have to run away. Jody Jr., though, realizes that he is dead. There's no way out. They just have too much movement. Going to try and hit that inhibitor, but finally joining up with Mollywops, who launches off the Spiraling Spare, launches off the roots, gets a lot of damage down, and the Haymaker will be enough damage to line it up for Mollywops. Tobex keeps going in, but Mollywops has proven just how much damage this way at 3 items can deal. Meanwhile, Vertia picks up the soul for his team, and now their eyes are on the bear, and Mollywops has the TP, can turn back this fight. Cactus Thief is dead. They have no smite. They have no more hopes, and Frogs are in the driver's seat. They want to end this game off this Baron.
Game number 1, don't chase Singed. Game number 2, don't chase Set. Following this Jody Jr. set is a death sentence for anyone who tries. And even though they have so much CC, even though they have so much ability to lock him down, it does not matter. This champion is just so massive right now that he's able to buy so much time. Yeah, he isn't able to end up getting the mid lane inhibitor, but he gets that Nexus tower down. And that's just as big as now with this Baron. They have nothing else to reset for. They have nothing else on their minds. They're just able to barrel us down mid. Surely they can out team fight. Surely they trust their hands at this point. Get this mid lane inhibitor and then potentially look for the game now as the fight begins to break out.
Yeah, Facebreaker pulls Tobex back in, and Cactus Thief hit by General Shepard, but they're not quite able to. A nice little knock back, and KMZ takes a lot of his HP. Now Cactus Thief going in, trying to find a curse inside Mummy, but doesn't quite have an angle, and blown up by Vertia with the Blade Collar before he can get one off. Now without that big teamfight ultimate, it is a massive risk. Vertia knocked up, but they don't have enough time to find the follow-up. Just trying to clear out this wave now. Finally, the inhibitor is down. They just need a couple more supers. They just need this wave to shove in for them to finally take out these towers, going for an extra hit inhib. They know they have the time to take. They know that they have these cannons firing on all cylinders. They just need to wait a little bit longer, peppering down that tower, and it's finally open. The Nexus is exposed. They have to play this safe, though. They are at lower health bars, and that is where the Jhin thrives. They know this. They're playing it safe. They're backing off. They don't want to overextend their hand just yet. They know that with one more push, with the back, with all the gold that they've just gotten, they'll be able to end this. So they're not going to risk it. They're going to fall back, recuperate their cooldowns, and come back even stronger than they just were.
Yeah, you know that you have so much pressure still coming. You know that you still have so much ahead of time. And you can just look at the levels disparity here in some of these key positions. You know that there's absolutely no risk of this team, of the Spuds, able to get out of their base. So just take the minute, take the time, get your resets, get your cooldowns. Don't risk overextending on a play when it's not your turn anymore, when you don't have any potential way to continue to close out. And now just going to spend that time, like you said, just get your cooldowns back, readjust your seat, readjust your position, fix your back rest a little bit in the driver's seat, you know, and kind of just take out what else you need. Get these waves shoving back in. You have the one down in the mid lane, and you have Jody Jr. curiously going for this wave down here for this top bot lane tier 2. Not necessarily sure if this is 100% required,
The flash forward from Coach Pizza, and Skadoosh goes into the Zanyas, but he is all alone in the middle of the entire team, and they're able to shut him down. I Am Skadoosh going down is huge. That is their main form of wave clear. We'll show them all. A spiraling despair to the face and is now half HP. Finally launches up the curtain call, but I don't even know if it's going to get past the Poppy shield. Tobex knocked back all the way to his fountain. Now Cactus Thief brought back in. He needs the biggest curse to set body of his life, and it is very big, but it is not big enough. Verti goes in, finds one, and now they're on the Nexus. They want some more kills just to show off. Coach Pizza takes out We'll Show Them All, and the Nexus finally goes down. Another 40-minute banger, 9-30, but eventually the Frogs are able to close it out and bring us to a game 3.
We were at a kill a minute in that game. Absolutely monstrous performance out from Jody Jr. there. Just so big on the set, able to create so much. Had the 1 or 2 overextensions that were maybe a little bit silly, if we're being honest. But overall, it was the correct play. He was able to recognize his limits. He was able to just take firm control of this game, just grab it by the throat and know that, hey, there's nothing that the Spuds can do that we can't just punish them for. So he just utilized that, utilized everything that he had, just played spectacularly well this entire game, and then was able to help carry that lead over to the rest of his team. You know, Versailles had an excellent game. Excellent game for coming out from the Poppy and the Zac, even the Hui, 42.4k damage there. Just overall really well played here from the Frogs.
Yeah, and you really just got to shout out Joe Jr. in this game. Played so well on that set, almost as much damage as these fed carries that. This is not a Jay or someone that's peppering with poke or maybe a Caitlyn. No. These are people who deal monstrous damage. Someone building double burn items, a Xayah with 4 items, and he's still up there fighting out of his mind these entire plays. Just played this so well. Same with Vertia, right? Completely flawless on the Xayah. Does not die. Played so well around the cleanse, the flash, the Featherstorm cooldowns, just making sure that he was always in the right place at the right time, I think was so huge. And I think you really don't want to pin blame in this game, but Tobex 0-10 on that Scion. I think maybe go back to the drawing board. I think maybe
not gonna blame anyone, but if I could blame someone, it'd be Tobex on the Scion. Yeah, definitely was not
I think Cactus Thief as well could have played a bit better, but I think the carries played well for the hand they were dealt, because at a certain point it was just so hard to even try and play the game, and they still really tried. They tried their hearts out. Cactus Thief kind of had to kill himself just to go in because of how much damage the Frogs were doing. So every engage was a one-way trip. Cactus Thief was never going to be able to make it out, but I think they never should have been in that spot in the first place. I think that's really the issue.
Yep, very much agreed there. Just overall a very hard game to play out for the carries on the side of the Spuds. Hope to see them find a way to recover and bounce going into game number 3. We're going the distance. We're going for a full series. It's been a banger so far. We'll look to see what more adjustments get made, see if we get any more spicy picks coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be back with game number 3 here in just a bit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to game number 3 here. We are already underway with the draft here between the Frogs and the Spuds in the Blue Otter Draft League. First bans are just now coming out for the Frogs. It looks like the Singed is going to be the pick after a banger game number 3. They don't want to repeat the sins of game number 1, going to keep that Singed on the ban table. Meanwhile, for the Spuds, they are looking towards getting rid of that Tom Kench, a pick that they want nothing to deal with on current patch. And right now, currently just looking to see how these bans shake out. Game number 1 was pretty even, pretty back and forth. Game number 2 was a lot more in the favor of the Frogs. So we are now looking to see what power picks we want to start to take off the table. Will be the Urgot coming out for the side of Frogs as well. Do not want that pick on the table. Want to maintain a top lane advantage. Meanwhile, the Spuds getting rid of the Anivia, trying to take out as many of these kind of nullifying picks as they can. Want to try to enable their mid laner a lot more, it sounds like, just based off of that pick. And the Frogs, looks like they are going to take away the Corki as well. That is a pick that has been a shared pick between them. Spuds getting rid of Zac. Hwei is available, as you mentioned. That could be a potential B1. Now it has a lot of safety with the Zac gone as well. So overall, these bans coming through, looks like we're already in for a unique jungle pick, you would have to imagine. Very excited to see what the first pick is here from the side of the Frogs, and sure enough, it looks like it will be the sad Painter Man.
Yeah, I mean, every time it's left open in Draft League, I've just started being like, way's open, B1 way, that thing. It's just so prolific. It's not even like a Ruby like special. It's just both of the draft leagues have just had Hwei be this sort of number 1 mid lane. I wouldn't be shocked if he has the number 1 presence for mid lane or maybe even champions. I'm not sure, but as I know I've just seen it a lot on stream. But Skarner locked in as well. Yeah, this is something we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
For Cactus Thief, just plays it a lot, likes it. It's a very strong pick right now. They gave a tank incredibly good clear CC and also damage, so I'm not shocked. And the Ahri answers, so Spuds going back to their roots. They want to win this early game effectively. They want to go hard. They want to play it fast. They do not want to give the Frogs that scaling potential.
Yeah, definitely like the Skarner and the Ahri coming through as just a very strong mid-jungle duo. It does put a lot more of the damage onto the Ahri, but that gives her a lot of setup with the Skarner, as well as even just like these late-game team fights. He's just so strong with his ability to tunnel through these walls, use that grab, abduction type ability to just mess up team fights. And then the ultimate we do have to track as well. Keep an eye on if he's able to land that on any of the key targets on the Frogs. Meanwhile, the Frogs, once again, going to this Poppy. 100% presence throughout this series. Been a very strong pick every time it has been picked, so I'm not surprised to see it come out. And then once again, picking it this early. We've seen it in jungle. We've seen it in support. It's a pick that needs to be respected, as is this Xayah if it does get locked in here. Says it looked so good on this pick. He was just so pumping out so much damage. I very much like that pick up here on B3.
Yeah, and I really like this. I like the lock-in with Xayah. You pick the Poppy again. You know that Spuds are probably going to be going for some more engage. They already have the Ahri. They already have the Skarner. They want to play an engage style comp. And this is basically the Frog saying, we're just going to lock in this Poppy Xayah once again. We have the same core that we did last game. Go ahead, lock more engage into it. We're ready for it this time. And this is what I love to see. The Wheel Show Them All special. The Aphelios. Something that we've seen the first time in the series. This is a pick that he's known for. Loves to see it. Such a high damage pick. This is a massive carry. And you know what? I was worried, they might go the Jhin with this Ahri, and that's sort of one of those no damage comps that if it doesn't get ahead early, it just falls off a cliff. No, not the Aphelios. This damage is not going to fall off until the latest of late games, and even then, you need to get in with bad guns to make sure that you're surviving, right? Even as a tank. So I really like this pick. Even with the Kench band, I think it's still very good. And I think it's a very strong answer into what the Frogs have already drafted. In addition, also banning out the set, making sure that we don't have any more cheeky set plays here. And I would not be surprised to see the Ornn come out if it is unbanned on R4 and leave the support counter pick.
Yeah, and that's been kind of the common denominators for both of these teams. Like as you mentioned, the high damage carry coming out here in the marksman, the Aphelios, definitely putting a lot more of that power there on the marksman for the Spuds. Definitely trying to keep him in as strong of a position as possible to have that agency in those team fights to start deleting those health bars. Meanwhile, Spuds also showing respect to these more aggressive top laners that are just able to completely win their lane. You know, it hasn't necessarily been like the absolute worst of times for like Topex in these like later game or fights and whatnot. Like he's been doing fine in the late game, but his lane phase has just been getting bullied more and more aggressively. So I like seeing them pay some respect to that, so he's able to have as easy of a time as possible, even going as far as to give him counterpick on R5, picking the Milio there right out of bans.
Yeah, and this is something that I do like to see. So, not gonna blind that Ornn. I don't blame him after what happened last game, but blocking the Milio, this is the sort of combo that we've seen a lot, right? KMZ go in Milio, they go it with either the Jinx or the Aphelios. It is a very, very strong combination. What they need right now is either super hard primary engage or great follow-up engage. And the Ornn, you know, I'm just speaking about it just because this is what Toback still has in his pool that we've seen from him so far. Now we have seen a lot of firsts, but I think the Ornn is sort of what they're aiming towards right now. And
Ooh.
it looks like they're giving him a decent opportunity for it. It's not the greatest in the Gragas, but Ornn is one of those champions that isn't going to get super hard countered in the way that, you know, something like, I don't know, like an Aatrox might, right, into the Gragas. So, but I do like this from the Frogs, you know, saying it's like, okay, you're not drafting full engage. You've already drafted this Poppy. How about we draft the engage now? Let us go for the Gragas. Let us go for the Jarvan. Because you can't get the Poppy. It's kind of hard for you to get more disengaged than you already have. You already have the Milio, the Aphelios. So if you draft even more disengaged now, it's kind of rough. I also have the Mundo opportunity. This would be in line with a lot of the stuff Tobex plays, so I wouldn't be surprised, and it is going to be locked in. I do like this. The one reservation I have is that there's enough damage on the side of the Frogs that I feel like it's going to be kind of hard for Mundo to get in. However, the fact that you have these charms, the fact that you have this sort of pressure from the mid lane, and these two massive health bar tanks, I think it's going to be really hard to get on that Aphelios if you do not find a Miracle Cask or an amazing Jarvan engage.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was looking at with the way that the Frogs picked on their 4-5. They have the Jarvan and the Gragas, so they have so much ability to get onto the Aphelios. It would take an absolutely like massive like meatball or some kind of like harder like peel threat champion in order to like keep him safe in that type of a situation. Instead, they pivot towards the Mundo, who can be kind of that diversion. Again, what we've been seeing Tobex go for. A lot of these, I'm going to buy space and these team fights type of top laners. He ends up going for the Mundo, which accomplishes something similar to that. Is again, not necessarily because he has so much CC, but because he has so much health and he just runs around your backline. You have to respect his damage. You have to respect the fact that he's there. Otherwise, he will just one-shot your carries. So he's able to divert a lot of attention away. Now your Jarvan and your Gragas are potentially diving in alone into the Aphelios. Even though he's squishy, even though he's immobile, you can't exactly just kill the Aphelios when you don't have all of the damage and you have a Skarner and Emilio that are keeping him alive. So I do like the Mundo pick quite a bit, like you were saying.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here is that this is something that they sort of, the Spuds tend not to pull out a lot, but they pull it out when they need to, which is like these entirely, we'll show them all Aphelios focused comps. Because even when they pick the Aphelios, it's not always this exact way. But this is something that they like to use when they're sort of pushed to the edge, right? That this is sort of the how do you put it? This is
The break
Goku,
glass in case of emergency.
Yeah, this is the, you know, anime pushed up the glasses so the light shines on him. This is Goku coming out of the chamber. This is Rock Lee taking off the weights right now. This is like, all right, you pushed me. Now I have to pull this out. We'll see though. Is this gonna manage to, you know, bring them to what they needed? Already, the Frogs have handed them their first game loss of the season. They have not even had a game loss yet. The Frogs only dropping one, and that was with a sub. So both these teams are really just at the pinnacle, right? This is what we're looking at. And I think for both teams, it's really going to solidify who a lot see as the top team. But I think for both coming out of this, no matter what, I think people are going to understand that Yeah, these are the top two teams kind of undisputed at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, all the all of the balls are in the court for both of these two teams. All the eggs are in the baskets. We know exactly what to look for with this Aphelios getting ready to go. 200 IQ, Super Saiyan 3. We have the Frogs coming out there. Tried and true Zaya, tried and true Jarvan Gragas. All these champions that we know what they do. All these champions that, once again, comes down to execution. What can we see? Who's going to win this series? Who's going to be the top team here in the Blue Water Draft League? All the way to find out. Stick around going into game number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 here in the Blue Otter League Ruby Division Draft League here. Frogs and the Spuds pushed us all the way to game number 3. We are back for one final time here. Looking like it's just going to be a standard 5-point start. Neither team wanting to be super risky or on this very pivotal game. One team will remain undefeated in terms of match score. One team will rise to the top of the standings, while the other team will still be considered the second best in the league. But it's certainly hard to be second place when you could just as easily sit on top of the mountain.
Yeah, and I'm not really surprised that both teams are playing this one safe. There's not a whole lot of reason to do anything too crazy level 1 for either team. The invade isn't something like Nautilus and do a bunch of people with no P level 1. It's maybe you get a body slam, but, you know, there's really no reason to go for that. You know, you can maybe get an RA charm, but then you're starting charm. So
Yeah,
really, what's the point? And I think this is smart from both teams, just to chill, wait until the lane states start, do their clears, and path the way that they need to. And I think this is smart. Both teams, once again, pathing towards the bot side. And I imagine because of that, we're going to see some action early, especially around this sort of Melio Felios, right? They want to get them ahead earlier. They want to wrap this Skarner around. See if they can. Coach Pizza inverts, yeah, in a good spot. Getting some poke down.
Yep.
They
just
do
a
have
couple
decent
feathers
level.
thrown out. Yep.
Yeah, I was
just a
gonna
couple
say, they do have
feathers thrown
decent
out.
level 1, but you gotta remember, Aphelios does not have spells until level 2, and the shields that Melio can provide, or the Q level 1, you know, does quite a bit of damage, provides quite a bit of survivability, so you have to be careful going for these early trades, especially with a melee, because it's gonna be hard to stick on top of them, and then once they get just free damage while you're walking away, so...
Yeah, definitely something that you need to keep in mind here when you're piloting the Aphelios and the Melio. They do scale very well into the late game. Obviously, they're two champions that have a lot of notoriety for their scaling, but into the Poppy specifically and just melee champions in general, it's very hard for them to have a very threatening early game. Top lane, it looks like it's going to be a much more stable lane phase. Neither of these two really getting a huge upper hand against each other. Another thing worthy of note is that the Jarvan is a little bit faster in the clear. That's been kind of the story between these two, General Shepherd and Cactus Thief, just in general. We can set that aside for now as we're seeing some trades coming out from the top lane. Doesn't look like it's going to amount to too much as Jody walks in the middle of the minion wave. And we see a couple more spells thrown back and forth here. Good charm coming out there from Skadoosh in order to prevent another follow-up gank coming out from General Shepherd, but an excellent Poppy knock. Does have to burn the flash there from Will Show Them All, not able to get too much else out. That is going to be the exhaust for a trade of 3 sums there on the side of the Spuds. Does keep the Aphelios alive, but at what cost? 3 summoner spells indeed.
Yeah, that's really big too. Not having any of those summoner spells on the Aphelios and no heal on the Melio as well is going to be very dangerous with the Jarvan already pathing down towards this bot lane. Cactus Thief will be here quicker on the clear, will be able to take out that Scuttle as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if General Shepherd just spots that out and then tries to wrap around and maybe go for a potential dive if Versia can get some extra poke off. Currently, Will Show Them All is a bit too healthy, but you never know. There could be, you know, one really aggressive trade from the Frog spot lane could get this Jarvan. Gonna go for it. You could see spots out Cactus Thief, but spot each other out, it looks like, and just gonna want to walk away here. Not gonna want to do anything too crazy.
Yep, and that walk down from Cactus Thief will actually stop General Shepherd from going any further forward than that. You know, he was already kind of low health, about half on the Jarvan without any portions or any ways to recover his health. Meanwhile, full health Skarner. Health bar is just in their favor. You decide to just play against it, play it safe. Again, pivotal game 3. You don't want to be too much more crazy than what you can actually accomplish. Good little engage here. Good little run against the wall. Milo does have to flash out. Gets chunked very, very low there from the Ahri and the Skarner, but he is able to get out with his life. Forces General Shepherd to have to respond in order to keep them off. One thing of note, he does have his reset, so he does have a little bit more combat power. Cactus Thief is going to still stick around on the map. Still has not taken his first reset. And now it looks like he's going to be going up once more. Potentially looking at this top lane here. Tobex and Jody. Still trading pretty heavily, but these two champions both have very high recovery, very good sustain, so neither of them super low yet. Does see the Ghost come out there from the Skarner. Very good here. Skarner does end up knocking him into the wall. First blood going over to the Mundo, knocks him into the wall, gets that kill with the axe. Really well spent cooldown there on the Ghost. Really good gank up from Cactus Thief. He doesn't need to reset when all you need to do is gank and get these kills.
Yeah, really big there. Getting the flash as well and getting Tobax that early kill is going to make this lane so much easier. Obviously, you know, it's a relatively Mundo favor lane, all things considered, but now with this extra kill, it's going to be accelerating him further and further towards this heart steal. It's going to be very rough. And once Mundo starts getting that ball rolling, if you can build enough health, he can be near impossible to take down because you need the anti-heal to stop him from healing his entire health bar. He already has so much health that you just have to cut through initially. And until you get all that anti-heal and all the damage on top of that, you just tickle him. Meanwhile, he's running at you with such high base AD that, you know, it doesn't even seem like he's building tank stats. You'd think that he's building an Infinity Edge.
Yep. And that's definitely like one of these things about these like champions, both the Skarner and this Mundo, they're both known for like being these big unkillable meatballs, but just the way that they itemize, they're able to just get so much damage into their kits as well. Meanwhile, we do see General Shepherd get that first Ocean Dragon over to the side of the Frogs, so it's not all doom and gloom. But we do see Cactus Thief begin to look here on the Void Grubs. Do see Jody a little bit caught out here, ended up on a 1v3, gets charmed, gets knocked up. Then he uses the cast to try to buy himself a little bit more time. Ends up staying alive for way longer than he has any right to. Tobax gets another kill onto him, but he does end up buying a lot of time for General Shepherd and Mollywops to make their way in. Meanwhile, as well, Coach Pizza trying his best. They do manage to get the kill onto the Aphelios, coming down into Skarner, gets the suppression onto the Jarvan. General Shepherd now down to just about a quarter HP. Continues to knock away, continues to fight down Cactus Thief. Mollywops ends up picking up that kill, forces the already back off. Suddenly 3 kills to 2 across the map. Very well played from the Frogs on both sides of this map.
Yeah, definitely. I think really great plays from the Frogs in general. Just getting those kills on Mollywops especially is really, really big. They were able to return 1 kill, right? The Spuds did have that extra kill on Tobax. And I think if you're looking right now, that's sort of what you have to realize. It's like, okay, we need to make sure, we don't need to necessarily play around it, but we need to make sure Wheel Show Them All can farm safely, get to the late game. And what we should be doing is making sure that Tobax can really abuse all this early item advantage that he's been having, right? So they're going to send Ari to the top side. They're going to have Tobax go mid into Mollywops, who's going to have a very hard time early poking out this Mundo, right? Especially with that extra crystalline bracer. Going to have the health regen. Just, you can see, you know, Mollywops is getting the autos off where he can, but it doesn't even tickle. It just, the health regen combined with the Doran shield in the second wave, like, Tobax is literally healing more than he's taking.
Yeah, this is such a well thought out lane swap here for these two players. Just try to like get any kind of advantage that they can, try to maintain some semblance of a lead here, and try to just in turn there like pressure the side of the Frogs to kind of have to answer it. Meanwhile, we'll show them and KMZ are now trying to get some of the control back over this lane. Down about a component here, but a pretty significant component this early on in the game. They don't have prio over this lane, but they're trying their best to play like they can at least get some sort of semblance of control back.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the biggest thing right now that you need to focus on if you're the Spuds is making sure that you have control of objectives, right? It's going to be the Ari and the Skarner sort of really zoning things out, making sure that you can land it. Because if you can get a good charm, right, suddenly the Aphelios 0-1, build and call, still does a lot of damage, still snipes out so much from such a long range that if you can land the follow-up, if you can set up for him, he's going to be able to pump it out. He's going to be able to do what you're worried about in this game, right? So you need to get your carries. So if you're the Frogs, right, you have to get your carries ahead so that you can deal with these tanky threats and deal with this engaged threat before it gets to a point where you get overwhelmed and you can't stop them anymore.
Right, absolutely. And that's, speaking of being unstoppable, you have this Mundo who is starting to trade a little bit more heavily here with the Gragas, is chunking him down to just about a quarter HP, and now potentially looking for something a little bit more aggressive. Decides against it, even though he wants to. He wants to so desperately, but this Gragas is still safe. This Gragas is still able to keep this wave shoved out just enough to where he can buy himself a little bit more space. His mana is running low, but in the meantime, Aphelios shoving out that bottom wave. And the gold is beginning to stabilize here, right at about a 1,000 gold lead for the Frogs. Most of it is on this way. A little bit of it is on the Xayah as well. Fortunately, the bot lane not able to stop the reset there from the Aphelios, so he's able to get back and get a little bit of a reset there. Thank you, observers, for showing us the gold leads there. Just about 900 in the mid lane, and just about 300 in the bot lane. There it is, about 300 in the top lane for the favor of the Spuds. So it is overall not the worst possible game state.
Yeah. And with the gold so close, you can see only about 1,000 gold difference going into this going into the second dragon. Grubs relatively even, right? 1 to 2, as even as they can be right now, means that if Spuds decide to forego this dragon, they could get themselves a 5 grub start, or, you know, if the Frogs decide to go for it, they could also still get themselves a 4 grub if they manage to secure everything.
Look at this mid lane, though. Excellent ultimate coming out, taking up 2 of them. Double suppression, absolutely massive here. Skadoosh trying his best to get further onto Mollywops. Mollywops uses the ultimate, tries to get away. Did have to burn the flash there as well. Did the Jarvan, now trying to run out through. Gets the shutdown over onto the Ahri. Skadoosh picking that one up. Excellently played ultimate coming out there from Cactus Thief. And now this dragon has spawned. There's no mid laner. Mollywops, who was a majority of their gold lead, is now down. Surely this should be going over to the Spuds, but it doesn't look like the Frogs are going to be looking to give it up without a fight, as they are bringing some of their guys in here. It is a 4v3 on that side of the map. Meanwhile, Mundo is pushing on the top side, just trying to buy as much time as possible for your Hui to then come in with the teleport. Shepard is staying clear of the Ahri charm. You do have Will Show Them All firing free onto the Poppy. Gets knocked back. They do secure the Dragon, though, but they have to run. Mollywops coming in on Cactus Thief, forces his flash out. KMZ has to flash out from General Shepard with the ultimate. Will Show Them All forced to take the Blast Cone over the wall. Jarvan cannot go any further yet. Poppy cannot go further yet. Gold lead cut down to about half of what it once was. General Shepard now looking for the flank onto the Aphelios. Ends up getting him knocked up there. It is going to be the Poppy. The flash ultimate comes out, able to get out of the way of the Poppy. The ultimate comes in from the Gragas, casks him away so he can get out under the tower. We'll show them all trying to find something. Tobex does not give a damn. He continues to run down Jody, throws him down, slows him down, trying his best, chunk him down just a third, just a quarter, even lower, throwing all these briefcases into him. It's boss time. We are here for the fight. We are here for the briefcase, but we miss. The Money in the Bank contract will not be cashed in today, as Jody Jr. is able to get out with his life. Aphelios holding that wave under tower is able to pick up some of this farm, is able to keep his life as the action subsides. 1,000 gold lead. Just under, once again, for the Frogs.
Yeah, and really nice plays there. Forcing out Jody Jr. Use the TP. Sadly, missing out on that last cleaver, but you know, still forcing him back, still getting a good fight. Double heart steals now finished onto Tobex and Cactus Thief. I Am Skadoosh comes out of that fight with an extra kill onto the Ahri. The big shutdown now finally finishing on that. Malignance is big. They are going to pick up the dragon, but they will have to run for it. The biggest thing here is getting that dragon, right? That's so important for them. Now you can see General Shepard needs to land the smite, needs to land this last grub, but it's a little bit too dangerous.
Yep, he is looking for it.
He won't be able to get it.
Not quite able to get it, but Cactus Thief does have to spend his life for it. Eats so many ultimates. He eats the exploding cask, and then he does have to eat the Hui ultimate as well. So he does cost him his life, but they are able to deny the 4 grubs, deny the Void Might spawn. 3 for 3 on the grubs. Hashtag worth in all chat, but is it really?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think denying the single might at that point for your life, you know, especially giving the kill to Jarvan when the game is this close, I think that's a little bit too risky. And I think giving over that gold and all of that jungle priority right now, especially when like all the camps are up, right? You're losing so much time and so much priority on the map by doing that. I just don't know if I can say that that's worth it. But
yeah,
on the top side, Tobex, you can see heals back a lot, but has to be careful now of the General Shepard gank.
Yep, Tobex on the Mundo. He is trying his best to recover as much health as he can. General Shepard here is trying his best to chunk him down, but Tobex, the Mundo, just recovers too much health. The Heart Steal is too big. Jody Jr. gets sent back into the tower, and they're getting eaten up. The Skarner ultimate comes in. They're able to get the ultimate as well. Knocks down General Shepard. So well played by the Skarner. Double Heart Steal is impossible to take out for these two. Very well played by Tobex. Very well played by the Skarner. Absolutely magical plays coming out from this dynamic duo on the top side.
Oh, that was so huge. Cactus Leaf with a massive impale, a massive pullback into that tower. It's going to be the Herald for them, and that was really big. I think this is, you know, just really evening up that gold lead, especially once they get that Herald down, is so huge. You have to be careful, though, because KMZ is at risk.
Yep, that is just a quick engage there. KMZ forced to blow all of his mana and his ultimate, but he is able to stay alive. It will cost him his heal, though, as Show Them All trying to get something, but unfortunately for him, not going to be able to find too much.
Yeah, really big plays there in the bot side, making KMZ below that ultimate, below the heal. That's going to be, big cooldowns, especially coming up on this dragon fight. Should hopefully have the ult back, but won't have the heal. I think that's kind of the most important thing. In addition, something to note, we'll show them all. This is a build that has been seeing a little bit more popularity recently because of the strength of Aphelios build. The lethality is this Yomu's build. The extra activation on the movement speed, as well as the out-of-combat movement speed to sort of walk around the map, and the extra pen you get.
Yep.
Because of how you team fight, right? Your autos are good. You don't mind attack speed, don't get me wrong. But a lot of your damage, especially in the huge fights, comes from your chakrams, which have a fixed attack speed based on your movement, based on your space from the target, right? So attack speed doesn't change that.
Right.
So it's really useful to go just flat damage, flat pen, and do as much damage as humanly possible. You can see, usually Aphelios only ends up getting maybe one attack speed item, and it's usually an attack speed item that's relatively inconsequential, right? Like something that also has AD and then just has attack speed as an additional stat on it.
Right.
Or like attack speed boots. You just stack AD most of the time, but lethality is a bit of a new option that isn't the collector, right? Actually going full assassin type lethality items.
Right, definitely a build that we've been seeing grow in popularity in higher elo solo queue. Something that a lot of Aphelios mains have been kind of keeping secret for a little bit is now coming into light. Excellent pointing out on the why red-white don't fight is even scarier with this build, as these trades in the top lane starting to get a little bit spooky, but overall it is Mundo and Gragas. They're going to be back up to full health in like 2 seconds. Some abilities are getting thrown down here. Excellent Jarvan ult coming through is going to force the flash out there from KMZ. Cactus is going to have to eat a lot of that cooldowns. Will be forced to flash there. Aphelios ult comes in big with the Infernum, Blue Gun, Fire, AoE. It's very big. Tobex is running in through the backline all by himself. Flash forward from Will Show Them All, trying his best to show them his moves, and unfortunately he will need to run away as fast as he humanly can. Forces to use the blue gun, forces to use the red gun. The flash was not what you wanted. It will cost your team so much. KMZ gets knocked up. KMZ will get taken down, by the way. The Ari Charm tries the best to find something, but unfortunately it will not do much. 5 alive for the cost of 3. Very well played by the Frogs. Very questionably played from some of the Spuds.
Double lift special? Question mark? Flashing into. I mean, I don't even know what that was. That we'll show them all just going in. Thought he had the 1v3. Brother, that is. You are not released Hui. This is not 200 years anymore. Hui is in the game. We have better champion. Like that was just insane to me seeing that. I don't really know what the thought process was there, especially when like your whole team comp is dedicated around protecting you. Just play around that. You don't need to go forward here.
You've heard of the Malphite Tristana. The new tech with this build as well is the Malphite Aphelios. It's just it hasn't cut on yet. That's part of year 199. We're getting there. It just needs a little bit more time to cook. Just hold on. Now we do see the Aphelios moving into that mid lane, trying to get a little bit of that pressure back. After that very, very entertaining play, that very cinematic Scorsese play, as now we have Tobex just maintaining this lane. Top lane is certainly happening. We do see KMZ trying his best to come up and get something to happen. It does result in a little bit from Jody Jr. and getting chunked down. Is starting to get run down a little bit here. Is forced to flash. Tobex contemplating eating the entire tower, decides against it. Having a health bar is kind of nice, even if you can't regen it all in like 2 seconds. But yeah, taking the flash and taking the ultimate, figure that trade is worthwhile. We'll show them all still holding the lane. Versailles getting as much farm as they can. It is 3 in the top side now as we begin to roam up into these new lane assignments. Starting to fight for vision, it looks like.
Yeah,
and overall action has stagnated.
Sort of fishing for a pick, fishing for like a charm and engage, a barrel, just anything that they can find. See, going in, fighting over the scuttle now.
It will be the ultimate coming through. Will be the Jarvan jumping in as fat as he can. He's going to take the suppression there. Ooh, that pop ult, that would have been so good if he was able to abduct the Jarvan back into his own jungle. Does not matter anyways. Cactus Thief will end up getting the pick onto the Jarvan. Now trying to find the Poppy, trying to find Coach Pizza. Will show them all, will not show him today. He will head back to the mid lane. He has purple, white, not quite optimal, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't call that exactly an ideal gun combination, but it should be ideal to help him clear this wave as they then drop the Rift Herald into the mid lane. going to attempt to take down that mid lane tier 1. Meanwhile, Tobek's looking to do the same in the top side. Bottom lane, stir is happening, as now this top lane tier 1 surely will fall, surely will go down. Cactus Thief picking that one up with the Rift Herald. KMZ will show them all, both helping get as much of that gold as they can. Much needed into the pockets of the Aphelios. The team, the member of your team that you built this comp around, take any gold he can get.
Yeah, and this is something I think a lot of people talk about, especially like in pro, but you don't see it much, even in amateur, which is making your own objectives, right? I'll pause for a sec because we do have a fight up here, but actually it won't. Never mind, I won't. It doesn't amount to anything. The big fat tank fight right now, but right, you see it a lot in pro, even in amateur it's a little bit, but making your own objectives, right? There's no dragons, there's no towers, there's no Baron to be had up on the map, so both teams just sort of picking an objective to fight over, and it's going to be the scuttle crab, right? You see it a lot on buffs and on scuttles mostly, but teams, fighting, getting a smite, and then trying to play a fight off of it that they think they can win. Unfortunately, the Frogs weren't able to win that one, but a lot of teams like to do this, right? When they want to sort of keep their foot on the gas, they make you come to them. They say, either give us this, give us everything, or we're going to fight you on it.
Yep, and that's actually something that you see from a lot of LPL teams. You also see a lot of LPL teams go for that Poppy Flash forward into the wall slam. You do see the Skarner ultimate try to get something back, but it's at the cost of, we'll show them all in the Aphelios. They're able to get Coach Pizza down finally after the Ahri charm in. Ahri will have to ult out as well. Jarvan gone, Jarvan down.
Ooh.
1 for 1. Poppy support for the ADC. Jarvan jumps back in. Gadoosh able to stay alive just barely due to KMZ. Teleport is coming in on the flank from Tobex. Shepard has to respect that. Shepard has to be able to get out. Flag and drag should certainly come through should he need it. Doesn't look like he will. Mollywop's able to help them both get out. Nothing else will come of it. Overall, it is a trade of kills, but it doesn't look like it's the ones that you want overall. Tobex trying his best to continue the play, trying his best to continue to get something. Play is over as Mollywops is able to continue to help get his team to safety.
Yeah, and don't know about the Jeremy going back in there, but it worked out in the end, and I think the Frogs are happy with that. This is feeling much like game 1 though, right? Like not a lot like game 2. This is very back and forth. Objective up in 10 seconds now. The gold only a 1,000 difference at 20 minutes, and both teams fighting for control of this objective. Cactus Thief is low. They are using the Melio to heal him back up, but that is a worry. Joe Jr. does have the TP, and you can see back there, right over the wall, does have a flank ward, as well as ways to join in the mid lane. They're just going to go for the standard join. Toback zoning him off. The Dragon's low.
Yep, that dragon is now down to 600 health. It will get secured by the red team. Once again, training these dragons. Jolly looking for something. Does end up knocking the rest of the team away. They're going to try to chunk down this Mundo. They're going to try to burn him down. They will be able to do so. Huey gets that. Cactus Thief with a massive impale. 3-man impale into the massive Aphelios ultimate. They do get a double kill out of the way, and they will unfortunately not be able to do much more. He's shut down. He lives. Gragas will heal through everything. They take down 3. They only lose their jungler, and they will continue to push forward. Very well played here on the side of the Huey. Very well played by the side of the Frogs. The Spuds thought they had something, but then unfortunately they will lose even their Aphelios. They have nothing. They have so little. They don't have a top lane tier 2. Jody is continuing to look, and this game suddenly is on its head. The Spuds have lost 4 men. They pick up the dragon, but unfortunately for them, they're losing their base slowly but surely.
Yeah, and when we talk about blowing a game open, this is what we're talking about, right? One fight that takes a 1,000 gold difference to an almost 4,000 gold difference now, 24 minutes in the game. Absolutely massive. Mollywops, very big on this way. 3-1-4. Vertzia, again, no deaths so far. 3-0-4 on the Xayah. I'm just going to knock on wood, hoping that I don't cast or curse this. But I do love to see, this is an adaptation you don't see a lot, which is the LDR third without Infinity Edge. Making sure to get all of this extra damage onto the Mundo, I think, is a big deal, and I do like to see it. I think the better play would just have been to forego the Swift Blades entirely and just go them 4th item, right? Get all of the AD, but I think this is the second best, right? Making sure that you have that LDR early, because this is something that Versailles kind of experienced in the last game. Even while it was going well, they had a very hard time taking out the tanks early on and into that mid-game transition. So I really like to see the adaptation here.
Yep, especially into these double giga beefy meatball front lines. You want to be able to just like provide that value of being able to cut them down. And you have all this DC coming in from all of these different members of your team. And you can see without the marksman there, Tobex is able to live for so long before finally Versailles jumps in and is able to get that kill. Cactus Thief has to join on the run now, recognizes that he can't do anything against this Xayah, tries his best to turn in, buy his team some time to escape, will use the impales so that his team can try to get out, but the Gragas ultimate on the backside knocks the Aphelios back in. Aphelios trying his best to fire and fire and fire, but it will not matter. The ultimate comes in, so many low health bars, but they're able to recover, they're able to regenerate, take the honey fruit, take the Gragas passive, get out alive. Both these front lines down.
Yeah, really big play from the Frogs there once again. Do have Baron control, but their health bars are just a little bit too low, and the carries and KMZ are still alive to keep them up, so I imagine that they don't want to risk it. They just want to chill out for a bit, get the health bars back, wait to tank it, realize that, okay, we got an extra 2 kills, we got some jungle off of it, we got Prio, we don't need the Baron right this minute, right? We can just wait a little bit longer.
Yep.
Get a couple more of our items online, get our way to his third item, which is going to be the biggest deal, right? Looking to be that Shadow Flame. Because once you have that, that's going to be a huge diff. And 2 minutes, right, off of the Rod of Ages evolution for Jody Jr. as well. That's going to be a big XP advantage, getting that free level. So I think if you're the Frogs, you're in, a 6,000 gold lead. Right now, your main goal is to make sure you don't throw.
Right. And that's definitely something that you have. This comp that you have assembled is very good at. They're very good at like buying this space in these team fights, and they're very good at fighting from. They're good at fighting from behind, but they're great at fighting from ahead. And when you have this type of a lead with this type of a comp, it's very, very difficult for the side of the Spuds to make anything happen. And it's like, even though you do have the potential there with the big Skarner ultimate and with the Mundo that's very hard to kill, they've just itemized and adapted so well on the fly here that they're just going to keep sending these members into Tobex, and even if they don't have their ADC right away, they'll be able to buy the time that Tobex has to either run for the hills or he has to just eat the death, which you don't want to give any more gold to the Xayah. This Xayah is 504. The Xayah is absolutely massive, and this is just running the Rift at this point.
Yeah, and the biggest deal with the Frogs right now is this dragon, right? Getting this objective control. They need to fight for Vision and River because it is so hard to walk into their comp, right? It is so hard without a hard engage of something like the Jarvan, of something like the Zac on your side, right? You have the Skarner, you have the RA, sure, but you kind of just walk up, maybe look for a charm, maybe get a really crazy spirit rush into off angle, but it's kind of hard to do.
Yep. Speaking of an off angle, incredible Jarvan ultimate comes in, knocks up 4, able to get the Cataclysm, able to get them all knocked down. Skadoosh forced to run away, Cactus Thief forced to try to watch his teammates die, try to get out himself, will try to pop the E, try to pop over the wall, is able to do so, is able to escape, but the bot lane will fall, the bot lane will perish, and the Frogs are able to look onto this Cloud Dragon. Jody continuing to just hold on to this top lane, continuing to do everything he can to keep Tobex from getting anything on the opposite side. They're unable to trade. Frogs just look so good in this game number 3, man.
Beautiful flank from General Shepard and Coach Pizza there. Really saw their angle, really saw what they could do there. Knew that, if I get the Cataclysm, Coach Pizza flashes forward, gets a stun into the wall, and the Wombo combo is just so huge. Mollywops and Vertia, they weren't right there, but the CC is long enough that by the time they get there, they're just able to land so much of this AoE damage from the Hwei, from the Xayah, all these feathers, all this paint flying around, just does so much damage. And you can see now, we'll show them all, finally going into that LDR as a collector, but 1 and 5 is really struggling to get the items so far behind at this point that when you build the comp around this and your Aphelios is this far behind, it's kind of hard to actually do anything. You just don't really have enough damage, right? You got a lot of tanks, you got the Ahri, but the Ahri is not going to be melting this Poppy or this Jarvan at this stage in the game, right? Maybe if you find a carry, you're able to do enough damage, but, maybe you get half a health bar, but Mollywops can just drop a WW, get the big shield. Vertia always has that barrier, has that Feather Storm, so I don't really know how Spuds get back into this game, right? I feel like this is more Frog's game to lose than it is Spud's game to win.
It could potentially start there with the quick little grab onto the Gragas, but unfortunately for them, members not quite in position, so they're not able to find anything even there. And like you're saying, this does feel like Frogs have such a tight grip on this game. Even though the gold lead isn't the highest we've seen in this series, just at this stage of the game, it's just so hard to see how they can do anything. Tobex He runs in, tries his best to find as much time as he can, but he gets popped for 1.5k right away. The Aphelios gets knocked back, so he's not even able to try to teamfight their way back into this game. KMZ will eat the Hui ult from downtown, ends up getting popped down, ends up getting shot. We'll show them all. He ends up getting knocked down by the Hui as well. Able to pick up one, but he will cost his life. Triple kill coming over from Mollywops. That is an ace for one. Continuing pressure in this mid lane. This could be the end angle here. 3 grubs should hopefully be enough for them. They have the Xayah, this massively fed Xayah here, already on this tier 3, looking for the inhibitor. They have the wave. They have the death timers. This could very well be the end angle here. It was an incredible...
They don't have the timers.
It wasn't.
They're not alive.
It was an incredible 3-game series. It was absolutely cinema. Like Tarantino, like Scorsese, these are the best teams in BOL Draft League Ruby Division. This was an absolutely incredible series that lived up to the hype, but ultimately it will be the Frogs that take it. It will be Jody Jr., Peak Shepherd. Pardon me. General Shepherd. What? That's not the name. I guess it's Peak Shepherd now. That's neat.
Scoreboard's a bit weird.
Mollywops, Persea, and Coach Pizza. This 5-stack remains undefeated in terms of match score. Takes down the Nexus. Man, what a series. What a series.
Peak cinema. Peak cinema right there. Absolutely beautiful series. I would like to note, Vertia had 2 flawless games in this series. Played absolutely out of his mind. Mollywops as well. The carry's just doing so much. And, you know, the jungle support just enabling them all this entire time. Jody Jr. with that, you know, beautiful game on the set as well. I think the Frogs played this entire series so beautifully, and honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better series. You know, the full 3 games, it really did feel close. And, you know, the second game, even if it wasn't the closest, is still, they still hung on for a very long time, Spuds were able to, and it looked very good. But yeah, in the end, it was the Mundo doing the most damage in the game is definitely a funny stat. But in the end, the Frogs do manage to take it. You know, don't check my predictions. Never had any doubt. Frogs always had this, no question.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it is one of those valiant games and one of those series that hopefully both these teams are able to get as much information from to come back stronger for their inevitable next meeting. I look forward to seeing these 2 teams face off again, as we can see more of this Super Saiyan Goku type of incredible series, incredible back and forth. I'm looking forward to the rematch. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams can do. But for tonight, that is all from us. We thank you all for tuning in. We thank you all for being here. This has been an absolute pleasure to cast. I have been the Dino. This has been my casting partner, Noctisera. Thank you very much for introducing me to Blue Water Draft League. I appreciate you being here to help me through. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it from us. In the meantime, y'all have a good evening. Take care.